welcome. Happy New Year to everybody. The board just recessed from closed session where we took one action. A claim was submitted to Keenan and the board rejected that claim 5-0. So now we have an agenda today. Oh no, we do that after. Yeah, I want to move.
So move the agenda order.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Motion passed. And superintendent's report.
Great, well, thank you. I'd like to start with a very special recognition for two of our faculty members who recently received their national board certification. So I'd like to ask our first grade teacher from Fairmeadow, Kristen Hart, to come up to the podium, and Daniel Hahn, our mathematics teacher from Gunn High School, to come up to the podium. The national board certification, as you will hear from them in a moment, is such a rigorous process, and it requires not a small amount of courage to go through this process. It's just going through the process certainly does not mean you automatically receive certification. In fact, most people don't. But they will tell you a little about the process, reflect on how it's changed and improved their practices. And we are just so proud of them, and hope that several of your colleagues choose to follow in your footsteps. So we do have a formal recognition for both Kristen and Daniel, and then I'll ask them to say a few words. So presented to you from the Board of Education for Kristen Hart and Daniel Hahn for receiving the National Board Certification from the National Board of Professional Teaching Standards the 13th day of January 2015 with our heartfelt admiration and appreciation. Kristen and Daniel.
Oh, do you want me to come up?
Yeah.
We're going to photobomb you.
No, we want to be out of here.
We're going to do it quickly.
Oh, for heaven's sake. This is what we do.
This is what we do.
Photobombing when you're Okay. Congratulations, and let's hear them.
Sure. I guess just to kind of share about the process if you're not familiar with it. The best way I can describe it is in 1 year we had to do 4 graduate school theses papers. In total, it ended up being 2 videos of our classrooms, a bunch of evidence collected, about 50 pages written, and then a big exam at the end. So it was a year long of constant stress. My wife is here. She can attest that I was pretty much in a bad mood for most of the year. So thank you for putting up with that. But it was really rewarding. I mean, anytime you get to videotape yourself and see yourself teaching and see your classroom and be forced to analyze what you're doing and every little decision that we make in the classroom, like why did you say things this way? Why did you decide to give the problem in that manner? Why did you decide to write it down instead of say it out loud? You know, all of these things have reasons that we as teachers have reasons for, but we don't usually think about. So having to flesh that out really helps us to kind of reflect on our practice and try to get better. So.
Thanks, Daniel.
That's great.
So he covered the basics of it. I certified in early childhood education. You were in math, correct? And he teaches high school. So same process, applied the really analytical process of planning different units. In first grade, it's in completely different areas, math and science, and a co-curricular unit. Socialized in art in a co-curricular unit. You follow 2 students really closely through literacy. Again, document all of these leadership accomplishments, different committees, different things you've done that impact students, and then the big test at the end. For early childhood, it's a really interesting process because you study the development of children more than I did even when I got my master's degree. And so that really helped me to see kids as a whole child and really use that analytical process and problem-solving mindset, but from the perspective of this whole child and their family, and maybe they're having a problem in math, but the answer might be in getting them outside to play more often. And so really looking at them that way. Also, we both took a course at Stanford that helps teachers make it through the process. As Dr. McGee said, it's really difficult. A lot of people don't pass the first time. So that class lets teachers from all over the Bay Area work together on this process, and I think that was almost the most transformational part for me, was getting to watch other teachers in their classrooms, to watch their videos, have them watch me, and hear back from them. It's easy to get isolated as a teacher, so that was a really kind of big shift for me, was getting to do that. So it was a great experience, and I really encourage any other teachers in the room to do it. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you,
Well
Kristen. Good. Well, moving along, we have some recognition for some of our sports teams for the fall semester. Girls volleyball, Coach Craig Minkowski, and a representative from the girls volleyball team here at Gunn High School. Any?
No. Come on down. Hey, AD, get on.
All right. Thanks, Jill. The that's our athletic director. The volleyball team had a great year. They finished in the top 10 in Division I 2 seasons in a row. They were led by all league players: Nicole Brigham, Megan Mahoney, Jessica Deneen, Tara Knutson, and Nicole was really the captain and MVP. And just played through injuries, and the coach said just a terrific leader. I don't know if they want to add anything, Jill.
Yeah, they had a phenomenal season, and they want to say on their behalf that they apologize for not being here, except for Craig has now advanced on to club right now. So he is in the middle of a practice as we speak. And some of those girls that were just mentioned are now currently with our basketball team.
Oh.
So they are practicing as well, and that is why they are not here tonight. But we wanted to make sure that they were recognized. So thank you so much for allowing that to happen.
Yeah.
Thank
you, Jill.
Sure. Is she going to try the wrestling team at Gunn?
Yeah, we're just doing fall sports for right now, or not even all the fall sports, but just some a special recognition. Girls golf, Coach Redfield. Any of the girls golf team members here? There they are. This is a phenomenal group. The girls golf team, led by seniors Anna Zoe and Leanna McFarlane Connolly, completed a perfect 14-0 season in the Santa Clara Valley League. The team finished second at the Central Coast Section Championship and advanced to the NorCal Championship, where they competed against the top 12 teams in Northern California, finishing fourth. Congratulations, girls. A quick word, Coach, anything? Or
Yeah.
why?
It was
Mike,
fabulous coaching the
To
team.
the mic.
Really fabulous coaching this group of girls. These 2 plus 6 others, they work so hard, and it's been a pleasure just getting to work with them. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Thanks.
And our Pally's girl golf, I don't know if Coach Knight is here. In the past few years, Michelle, she has won 2 CC. Excuse me? There.
Come on, Michelle.
Come on, Michelle. There you are. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Won 2 individual golf titles, led her team to the CCS title, and won the NorCal tournament and qualified to go to the state both years. You've had such a very successful golf career at Pally, and you were instrumental in putting the whole team together. So, Michelle, we are so proud of you and admire you so much. Thank you, Michelle. Great. The girls water polo from Gunn, they made school history. Coach Hernandez here. Come on up, Mark. And your players, there we go.
All right.
That's, there you go. Won a league title and making its first CCSS1 Division Championship game. And I know you were supposed to have a rebuilding year, but it was a lot more than that. And thanks to 6 players who earned all league honors: Sam Acker, Bianca Batista, Kylie Lynn, Nia Gardner, Zoe Banks, and Jacqueline Cometer. 5 of the players earned all CCS honors: Sam Acker, Bianca Batista, Nia Gardner, Zoe Banks, and Erica Watkins. And 2 of our players are All-American finalists. Wow. Sam Acker and Bianca Batista. Girls, congratulations. Do you want to say anything? Coach, anything you wanted to add? Feel free.
If I may, first of all, Sam Acker was CCS co-MVP along those lines. I'd also add both Bianca here and Sam deserve a lot of credit. This was, as I think you mentioned, we had a historic year in 2013, and then we graduated 5 seniors, 5 starters, including Caroline Anderson, the CCS Player of the Year last year, and all we did was do even better. And they redefined the way they played offense, the way they played defense. Very tough team, probably the most mentally tough team I've ever coached. So, and these 2 are the spearheads behind it, the leaders behind it, and they're fantastic. So the whole team is great. Could be more proud of these players.
Yeah, thanks, Coach. Thanks, Coach. And being from Illinois, I had never seen a water polo game before, so I had a chance to see both girls and boys. It is really an exciting sport, and one of the Johnson brothers, we have something here about Coach Matt Johnson and the gun water polos. Coach Matt Johnson here. There you go, and bring up some of your players. This is, and I know Scott, I know your son plays at Palo. All right. So I'll tell you, I went over and watched that Palo gun game, and it was really exciting. So I know your team had a good year, but senior Ari Wayne was Ari. I don't want to embarrass you, but really you're just such an incredible leader by example, not just in the water but out of it. Scored 9 goals against Monte Vista? That's in one game. Yeah, and 8 against Rio Americano High School, but you play both sides of the ball, and also, put in all this time in the weight room, in addition to leading the team in the drills and the practices. Ari was named SC Val MVP, first team All-CCS, one of the 12 players selected from the CCS to compete in the All-Star game against the NCS All-Stars. Currently in the recruiting process to play college water polo next year, and is talking with Division I programs in California. We know that we wish you nothing but the very best, and we are so proud that you're a gun graduate and know you'll represent us well. So congratulations, Ari and Coach Johnson, and you're welcome to say a few words too.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it. I just want to acknowledge some of the other players on the team. Obviously, I'm very proud of Ari for being one of our senior captains and leading by example. But some of the other seniors, Justin Cooper, Jared Giancarella, Anthony Zanino, all put in a lot of effort for the 4 years, and they were rewarded with some all-league and all-CCS honors as well. 2 juniors coming back, Calder Hill Jones and Christians and Darzik also got all-CCS awards as well. So the future is bright for gun water polo on the girls and the boys side.
Oh, wow.
Right, all right. And we have both gun and Pally cross country for Coach Plummer. Are you here for? There you go. And there she is. And girls and boys cross country. So here today. So the girls cross country team had a terrific season. They won the league championship for the second year in a row, second year running, right? They they finished 3rd at CCS and set a new school record and ran the 10th fastest team time ever in Toro Park history. They also won the city championships and several other meets. Jillian Meeks won the CCSS championship, leading the race start to finish, wire to wire, which is the second year in a row a gun athlete has won the CCS. Our top 6 girls also finished in the top 25, and everyone is returning next year except Emily. Jillian and Emily competed at the state meet, ran PRs, and Jillian medaled with a 9th place finish in the state of California, and that's intense competition. Other than the state meet, Jillian won all but one of her races, setting many PRs and course records along the way. And the boys also had a terrific season. They finished 2nd at leagues and qualified for the CCS in 10th place. But both teams, I think, might agree their highlight of the season was the trip to Hawaii, where they competed in the Punahou Invitational and the boys won that meet, despite the high temperature and humidity. So congratulations to our cross-country team. I'm sure it was quite a challenge, young man, but congratulations. Jillian, you want to say a few words? Yeah.
Thank you. It's just been such an honor to work with all of our teammates. We have like 100 teammates. It's a giant team, and it's just been a great season, and it's really all thanks to our awesome coach, Patty Sue. So thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Jill.
Patty Sue unfortunately couldn't join us tonight, but I do want to make sure that we recognize she's been nominated for the Scaval Coach of the Year. So we will be putting that nomination in. That just came across my desk last week, so it's very exciting. She's our two-time Olympian, but beyond that, what she teaches these athletes, not only on the course and off, is incredible. I mean, these youngsters really are positive individuals, and I think a lot of that has to do with just the wonderful things that she teaches them outside of cross country. So if you guys would like to add anything else, feel free.
Hawaii was a lot better than any of us thought it would be, and I mean, without Patty Sue, it wouldn't have happened, but I think that all of the students on our team also really helped make it happen, and that's kind of why cross country I'm glad to be a part of, because the kids who are in it really care and make it a place where you don't just run, you actually become a family.
Right. Go ahead, yeah.
This year, it was a really fun team to run on, and on the boys' side, we had 5 or 6 varsity runners at one point run the top time for gun over the year, which you don't see very often, and all but 2 of them are coming back, so it should be good next year, too.
Yeah, good for you. Good. And finally, I think we have the Palo Alto High School cross-country team here, well represented. Stand up, fellas and girls. Wow. Come on up. Why don't you, all of you just come up for a minute? Yeah. That'd be great. And Coach Jones, I think I see you in the back. Good. All right, good. I don't have a whole lot of notes here, except about the girls team finishing 3rd in the SDVL and 4th in Division I at CCS. So, Coach, can you give us a few highlights? And thanks for bringing out your team this year. I think I may have seen some of them in a blur passing me on the dish. Coach Jones, go ahead.
He just called you a blur. Yeah. We would like to, or I would like to thank very much the team this year. We had a team of 60 strong girls and about 65 or 70 boys. It's a non-cut sport, and as the gun runners mentioned, it really does tend to be a family that everybody on the team runs, everybody on the team can compete in a meet. Nobody sits on the bench, nobody complains about playing time unless they're out on the course too long. But the girls team this year was excellent in an extremely tough division. Division I of CCS from our league finished 1, 2, 3, and 4 of league teams. One of those other teams was the team that were here just before us. We finished 4th. They finished 3rd. And 2 other teams from our league finished 1st and 2nd. So it's a really tough sport here. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my 2 captains and see if they have something to say.
I just want to thank Jones, who's been coaching for so long, and it's amazing, like, being coached by him. He's helped us out and helped us to grow, like, not only just as runners, but as people, and, like, he's like a father to me.
Aww.
No allowance.
From the guy?
I'm the boys coach, Kelsey Feely. So I want to give my boys a little something too. They had an incredible season. We won our league meet, both Frosthoff and varsity boys. We took 2nd place at CCS, which then allowed us to qualify onto the state meet, which was an experience. And we have Lucas Madison here, who took 1st at both the league meet and at CCS this year.
Wow. Congratulations. Yeah.
Oh, they're good.
We're good. Okay, so are we. And congratulations. Have I missed any other fall sports representatives who are here? All right, well, good. Well, thank you so much, and really keep up the great work. In your packet, you also have some recognition for music winners, students in the Santa Clara County Honor Band from Gunn and Pally. From Gunn, Zachary Chun, Oscar Sue, Lydia Sai, Alex O, Yale Cohen, Emily Springer, Anthony Sue, Nikhil Ghosh, Lauren Shu. From Pally, Gregor Daragi, Celia Wilner, Clara Wolf, Kimberly Markovich, Alan Huang, Richard Chow, David Wilner, Nicholas Hoppy, and one of the Gun students is in the All-Northern Honor Band, Matt Wallace. And you also see that Pally Senior, Clara Liu, is the first alternate to the 53rd Annual U.S. Senate Youth Program. There's only 2 representatives from the state of California, and she is the first alternate in case one can't go. So we're very proud of the students in athletics and music and in their extracurricular activities. Before moving on from students, we just want to show a couple shots for going from first grade to high school, and I thought it was a nice parallel to having Kristen and Daniel here. Here's a picture from the holiday dance. This was right before the holidays. This was our secondary program. Some students with disabilities and alternative education just had an extraordinary time. Our hour of coding class across the district. And then I think we have is an Escondido music class. Yeah, we have these traveling music teachers. I honestly don't know how they do it. We had 10 classes going over to Escondido, and then they literally pick up 3 travel by bicycle onto the next school after an hour and a half. The quality of instruction is extraordinary in vocal and instrumental music. And as you can see, these students are putting in their efforts. This is first thing in the morning. We have one more slide of the music classes. Yeah, and just we have string instruments, woodwinds, brass, and again, vocal music as well. And you see these, I saw first graders in vocal music. These are third, fourth, and fifth graders with the instrumental music. And then, tomorrow night, Thursday night, is the Pally instrumental music concert. Next week is the Gun percussion concert. But they all got their start, most of them got their start back here, and what a great program it is. Moving on, our Gun robotics team, this is an after-school program. And notice it is not all boys by any stretch of the imagination. And this is a competitive group who spend not just a few hours after school. I was talking to the teacher. They go until 9 o'clock pretty much most nights, and spend a lot of time on Saturdays working on their robotics, involving everything from working with heavy industrial equipment to making things, to doing, working on the drive problems with the computer, design issues. I think we have one more picture there. They name their machines. Fluffy is this giant something. I stay away from machines as best as I can. So giant drill press, I think, and they have an industrial quality CNN lathe or computer-driven lathe. It's just phenomenal. This program is sponsored by CTE funding, which frankly we fear may be cut by the county and state this year for some of the basic aid districts. So we are with Mountain View, Los Altos, and Los Gatos Saratoga High School mounting a campaign to make sure that we do have funding. Because this program is truly exemplary and gives so many students an opportunity to participate. It, like cross country, is a no-cut program, and it's exciting to see what they can do. And so just, I think the last slide is our vision statement, and this is what it goes back to. And as we talk about our work tonight, as we have thus far, last night I quizzed the Pi board on this, and they have a ways to go. So they're working very hard. So let's keep this foremost in mind as we continue this evening. I'll try to be a little more go a little more rapidly. We have a few more recognitions for Charles Young being one of them, a published author. His latest article was in front of me here. The top 15 for 2015 personalized learning tools, and this is like 3 articles in 3 months. So. Congratulations, Charles. That's quite an accomplishment. Gun teacher Wayne Hoy has his photography on display in Terminal 2. It's before you go through security at San Francisco Airport, and it will be up until the end of the month, featuring some incredible twilight shots of the San Francisco and Bay Area. In wellness, I wanted to turn to wellness for a moment. The students and district are pursuing, faculty and district administration are pursuing evidence-based support for student social, emotional, mental, and physical health. We're working with counselors and with ACS to understand the complexity of problems and design and implement and evaluate multifaceted solutions. We've commissioned Hanover Research to obtain both quantitative and qualitative data regarding homework, consistency in curriculum, instruction, assessment, and grading practices. We're partnering with Stanford on dealing with sleep deprivation awareness and generating ideas for students, parents, and faculty to address factors that contribute, not all of which are homework-based. And I have in my notes, hold up your phone. But as I am addicted to my phone, as are my students, I have left it in the office. And probably a good practice to put that aside after 9 o'clock, much less 7 o'clock. ACS has been an extraordinary partner, and we had a community member talk about ACS at the last meeting, but I thought it was important to recap what ACS does. They have worked with 739 new students and family members since the beginning of the year, 630 students, 107 family members. A total of 2,350 individual, group, or family sessions have been provided. They have conducted outreach presentations for PTAs, for faculty, for parent nights at all of our middle schools and high schools. They run 8 weekly therapy support groups at Gunn, Palo, JLS, Jordan, and Terman for students facing problems ranging from LGBTQ to divorce, to social skills, to managing stress and academic motivation. The top 5 issues which they have addressed are academic stress, communication with parents, self-esteem, peer relationships, and anxiety. At each of the middle school campuses, we have 3 part-time interns and a clinical supervisor site director. At Palo, there are 5 part-time interns and 1 full-time clinical supervisor site director. At Gunn, there are 6 part-time interns and a full-time clinical supervisor site director. Following the tragedy earlier at Gunn High School, all 8 of the ACS clinical supervisors provided support during this time, along with interns from 9 campuses. During that time, they provided crisis counseling and follow-up to over 150 students, 25 parents, and 15 staff members. They provided 2 counselors at the memorial service and conducted grief counseling sessions and additional support. They opened the outpatient clinic on Saturdays, provided free assessments to any Gunn students and their families in need of such. They provided assessments and counseling to several families during winter break and continued to provide a grief group, a weekly grief group for students at Gunn. So we are indebted to ACS and other partners who are working through some very complex problems and very complex solutions as well. Another support partner is the Cultural Kaleidoscope, working with 477 students this year in 10 Palo Alto classrooms, Escondido, Fairmeadow, Hoover, Nixon, Ohlone, and Palo Verde. They're also working with the Spanish immersion program and teaching art through them. And finally, this is my last piece. As you may recall, we were honored by the Santa Clara County Office of Education for our work with English language learners and received the Pathway and Biliteracy Award. And we are literally emblazoned on in stone there on their hall. Judy and Charles represented us, and we have the certificate, and we can pass this along. But this, I think, demonstrates our commitment to our English language learners, and it was nice to see that recognized, not just through Ed Trust West, but through our county offices as well. So thank you for bearing with us, and it's great to start the meeting highlighting our faculty and students.
And just to add on to that seal of biliteracy, students that graduate with the biliteracy seal get it on their diplomas as
They do?
well.
Oh, wow, okay, good idea. I was not aware of it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, speaking of students, we have two students here waiting to give their board reports. Welcome back to both of them. And would you like to start first? Yeah.
Okay, so we haven't had too much stuff going on since we just came back from break, but we do have a winter rally planned for this Thursday where we have students playing staff members in a basketball game, and we're also announcing our prom location at this, so that should be fun. And our ASB is also planning a February dance for students to attend and a movie night towards the end of January.
That's great. And don't you have a group going to do Camp Everytown this weekend?
Yeah, I think they're leaving this Thursday.
Okay, kind of similar. School started 2 weeks, a week and a half ago. I don't know. This is what happens. But it's been a slow start. We had, because of the strange schedule, we had grade assemblies. One was very educational and on sleep habits and teenage sleep and how we can get more of it. One was on the PSAT, slightly less interesting, and it was our last Titan 101 meeting for the freshmen. And then coming up this Friday is our TEDx event, which is a big event, and the whole community is invited if you guys would like to attend.
You know who any of the speakers are? I saw that today when I was over there.
Oh, there's a ton.
Yeah.
It's all day. I can't even remember.
Isn't the guy who invented Siri, isn't he one of the speakers?
There's someone from that program.
Underwater photography. I mean, it's just it's incredible.
And a geneticist, and it's going to be a great group. I'm very excited.
Also, I wondered, Carolyn, if you might comment on that fly that went up on the theater. Did you, I mean, that big 3-story fly on the theater? Are students noticing that new structure going up?
I definitely noticed it. I don't know.
Do they know what it is?
I mean, hopefully.
Theater, yeah. But I just saw it, so if people start asking about it, that's pretty exciting.
Our new Performance Arts Center,
Yes,
right?
new
Right,
Performing
yeah,
Arts Center.
Progress.
So, Dr. McGee, do you also have some other things you want to say? or
No,
is
I
that your
think
whole
we
report?
covered it all, student and staff success early on, so thank you.
Oh, terrific.
Darn. We have to
Yeah.
get on to
Oh, thank
business,
you.
right?
So our next item is approval of the consent calendar. Now, these items are considered routine and will be approved in one action without discussion. However, the last item needs to be pulled for separate vote because only myself, Ms. Eberlein, Ms. Townsend can vote on that because it's minutes from meetings our other board members did not attend.
So I move that we approve the consent calendar, but pull item F for a separate vote.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Now let's vote on the second. Do I have a motion for the?
I move that we approve the minutes of the October 14th, 28th, and November 18th meetings.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, that passed 3-0. Okay, now we move to open forum, and I have a number of cards. If you didn't submit a card and you want to speak, please do so. Anyone wishing to address the board in a non-agenda item will do so at this time. And each person has 3 minutes, and if they could introduce themselves at the beginning, that would be great. It's our desire that this is a safe environment for everybody who wishes to speak, and that means that we should all be respectful of everybody who speaks. Thank you. Let's start with Alex Burke, to be followed by Angela Della Porta, to be followed by Mark Vincetti.
Welcome.
It's funny, I'm the first guy to talk, but I really just came because I'm interested in this initiative started by Mark Vincente and Martha Cabot at Gunn called Save the 2008. And I guess it just sort of resonated with me when I read their points or their proposals, which I think are worth debating. I'll just read them here. Downsize classes, right-size homework, right-size course loads, turn off, tune in, and that's the one that really resonated. It's switch off your cell phone during the school day. And I just, seems like, makes a lot of sense to me. But, and then there's curb the flood of grade reports that are streaming home. Yeah. Some of these might be controversial, I don't know. And right-size academic fraud down to 0 so students and teachers can relax. Anyway, I think someone else is going to talk about this, but I would love to hear a debate on these points. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Angela Della Porta, to be followed by Mark Vincetti, to be followed by Barbara Sloan.
Thanks. Now, oh, it's
You're
already
on.
timing me. Okay, good.
You're good.
So my name's Angela Della Porta. I taught English at Gunn High School for almost 30 years before retiring 2 years ago. And my daughter's also a graduate of Gunn and all the other Palo Alto schools. So I know the Palo Alto School District as a parent as well as a teacher. And what I want to do is, first of all, encourage the board to remember that maybe you don't feel comfortable backing the entire bundle of proposals in the Save the 2008 campaign, but you might consider unbundling the package and look at the proposals individually, because you might find that some of them are not only feasible, but really important to the healthy development and morale of our students. And I want to talk particularly about one that I feel is the most important, and that's the proposal that steps be taken to reduce or eliminate the academic fraud that my students tell me is common practice at both high schools. When they see that many of their peers are cheating in a variety of clever ways, students think to themselves that they must cheat themselves, or they risk losing their good grades. Academic progress, whoops. Can you still hear me? Yeah. Academic progress becomes a high-stakes game in which students have to weigh the risk of getting caught against the risk of turning in their own honest work. They come to believe that authenticity is worth nothing, that their true abilities are not ever going to be good enough. Dispirited and demoralized, they come to believe that those nominally in charge, that is, we adults, are able only to shrug helplessly in the face of this injustice. And it really does feel like injustice to them. It is injustice. Current policies on cheating have been ineffective. Students are aware of far more cheating than we adults ever discover. Many of my students have written to me of their shock at the levels of cheating and at the lack of action by adults. Continuing as we have been, counting on past policies against cheating would reveal to our students and to ourselves that we are as helpless and cynical as they themselves feel. If the administrators at St. Francis have found a way to reduce the level of academic fraud to almost 0, which is what I have been told, we owe it to our students to implement those policies and procedures so that we can do the same in Palo Alto schools. We have an obligation, I think, to do everything we can to make our schools a safe haven from cynicism, helplessness, and injustice.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Mark Vincenti, to be followed by Barbara Sloan.
Hi, I'm Mark Vincenti, a former Gunn English teacher and the co-founder, along with sophomore Martha Cabot, of a grassroots initiative called Save the 2008, which makes 6 simple proposals to create a more forgiving life for Gunn's 2008 students and teachers. Martha can't be here tonight because, wouldn't you know it, she's got a ton of homework. A lot of people are against Save the 2008 without knowing a whole lot about it, much as some of my teenage students felt toward Shakespeare, or many people felt toward Obamacare. There's nothing like getting good, accurate information from the horse's mouth, so in the next couple of minutes, think of me as Seabiscuit. Save the 2008 proposal number 1, shrink classes to a friendlier size. People immediately say, that costs too much. To which Martha and I say, okay, Mark Zuckerberg has already given his $20 million to the schools in New Jersey, but he has friends and neighbors, and surely our district leadership can get the email address of some inventor of UberChat or FaceGram or Snapdoodle. Save the 2008 proposal number 2, a confidential website built by our own gun whiz kids designed to moderate homework loads by opening up a dialogue between students and teachers about minutes assigned and minutes worked. Only if we all prefer to argue and debate with each other till we're all old and in assisted living would we not pilot this sensible, no-cost, data-rich way to ease our kids' stress and send them to their teachers more rested and more prepared. Proposal 3. When parents and students are steering into the fast lane of academic placement as part of registration for multiple APs, they should have to pause at a flashing yellow light to talk with a counselor about the likely losses in family time, social life, cultural or religious life, extracurriculars, and sleep. Once this is understood, only then the green light. Proposal 4. Student cell use at gun should be as it is in our middle schools, firmly, politely, quietly, banned. At gun, we have classmates in their desks before the bell, but all on their phones. Students burning up study time in class with texting and sexting, or hiding their phones behind their copies of Macbeth during class discussion. I guess they're texting about murdering Shakespeare. Proposal 5, curb the flood of grade reports streaming home online because it is most demoralizing to gun's most vulnerable kids who, perhaps feeling discouraged by a death or a divorce in the family or by a rejection in romance or friendship, are kept under a GPA gun when they most need time to heal and rebound. Proposal 6, because guns kids are thrust nightly into moral quicksand, whether to give out homework answers or lose friends, cheat on tomorrow's exam or accept a competitive disadvantage, plagiarize a website or have faith in oneself, they twist and turn in mutual distrust, a sense of being unprotected by their teachers and diminishing self-esteem. So let's at last get real about cheating and say not in our school. And step 7, Snodgrass, our stuffed hippo, would like a charter school with mud baths.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara Sloan,
Let me,
followed by Kim Hester. Do I have that right? Kim? Oh, okay.
Madam President, I just wanted to thank Mr. Vincenti for his obvious enthusiasm and care that he's taking with this, and the fact that he's obviously inspiring others to join in this conversation. So, and I hope that we'll continue to hear from you and from the community on this. Thank you. And the hippo, yeah.
Thank you. Barbara Sloan.
Hi, I'm Barbara Sloan, and I'm a member of We Can Do Better Palo Alto. Our parent committee has been advocating for social and emotional well-being of our students since our students started taking their lives on the tracks. And we heartily applaud the work of Mark Vicente, Martha Cabot, and the other members of their group who have taken a good look at many of the factors that affect student health in our district. We are still waiting for more progress to be made on the Project Safety Net's P8, or Supportive School Environment Strategy, recommendations. The time to make progress is now. My husband and I recently went to a forum after one of the recent tragedies at a local church, and there were a lot of parents there of gun students who were wringing their hands and wondering, well, what can we do? You know, how can we, you know, get a grip on this? And, you know, I really feel that the effective thing that we can do is listen to our students. So they live in a reality that we cannot even imagine every day. So our committee is planning on resuming our forums, and we hope to have one where we will hear directly from the students. You know, we've had a number of forums where there have been experts that have done PowerPoint presentations, but we have very little time to actually hear the kids, you know, witness what they live day in and day out. So the students are truly the best ones equipped to educate the parents and community about what's going on and what we can do to make their reality better. So there are many issues that are affecting their well-being that have not been addressed or enforced, even when we have the policies in place, such as the homework policy. You know, if we're not enforcing it, and that you know, it also leads to other things like sleep deprivation, cheating, and a number of just a host of other things that result, you know, in performance enhancement drugs, increased alcohol intake. It's all one big ball of wax, and I think a lot of that is due to not not complying with the homework policy. So that's one of my major interests and our committee's interest, but we have a lot to work on. So, and the time to do it is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Hester, to be followed by Star Teach Out, to be followed by Mike Baird.
Press what button?
You're on.
Okay. All right. My name is Kim Hester. I am not a teacher. I'm clearly not a student. I am a concerned member of this community, alarmed by the number of students that have chosen to take their lives instead of live them. And I'm here to first of all, support the 6-point platform of Save the 2008. I think it's a great start, but it's just a start, and it's not really addressing the true underlying factors that are causing this kind of tragedy. When you see a 17-year-old child jump off the interstate and all these train suicides, it's distressing, it's distracting. I'm a woman of faith. I'm here in that basis. To me, I support the 2008 committee because it was something that was put together by the people who are impacted by it. And that's to me like akin to reading your car manual when you get a new car. It tells you what to do to make it last a long time. And it's a trustworthy document because it's put together by the people who made the car. Makes sense. As good as the 6-point platform is, we're living in a world where our children are being taught that they have evolved from pond scum, fish, and monkeys, that a fetus is a choice and not a child. It's a world where Muslim extremists are murdering and beheading people who don't agree with their religious beliefs, where there are incredible natural disasters that are happening every day, and they're on the increase, and the frequency and the intensity is getting worse and worse. Yet all around them, they're expected to value life, and they're told that if they get good grades and they go to a good college, then they're going to get a good job, and they're going to make a lot of money, and they're going to live happily ever after. These kids aren't stupid, and that is not what's happening in the world in which we're living. We're not living a life that's happily ever after. The Bible says not once, twice, but 3 times that it's a fool who says that there is no God, and that we should train up our children in the way in which they should go. Well, who makes that determination? Who are we allowing to make that determination in our lives and in our families? Just like that car manual I referenced earlier, our Creator God left us an instruction manual to help us successfully navigate His life. Somehow we got the bright idea that we could do this life better without Him in our lives, and either have rejected or relegated Him to the sidelines. And we're all the worse for the wear of it. I came here tonight.
If you want to just summarize.
Yeah, I came here tonight actually I didn't realize 3 minutes would go that fast. Mm-hmm. I do have one small, getting away from the religious end of it, it seems to me that the educational process has become a one-size-fit-all kind of thing. And we seem to be directing our children into this 4-year college route, and that's the only thing that gets celebrated and approved. But some of those children need to be going to Pratt Institute in New York, and some need to be going to Held College in Wyatt to get auto mechanic degrees, because they'll probably wind up making much more money than those 4-year graduates.
Ms. Hester, thank you so much. And if you have anything written down and you want to give us copies, we're welcome to do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Star Teach Out, to be followed by Mike Baird, to be followed by Josh Paley. Oh, you have it before? You just give it. Okay.
Here, we'll pass them around, okay?
I actually don't, you might need to share.
That's okay.
That's okay.
Go ahead, Sarah, we have a lineup.
Okay. So first of all, welcome Ken and Terry, since it's a new year. Although I'm not here to approve all the steps of the Save the 2008 campaign, I very much appreciate the concern for student health and balance in our schools. And I do encourage you to continue this conversation like some of the previous speakers, to seek out more input from some of our experts, really our teachers, our students, our administrators. And with regards to steps 2 and 3, identifying homework problems and improving the communication with students and families about course loads, I just want you to know, if you don't, you may already know this, that those topics have been important in our gun WASC process this year, and we will be, and they will be receiving attention at gun, and I could guess at Palo too, because I've heard their WASC results are similar. And that after our WASC actually begins implementing changes next year, that it may be a timely time to reconvene the homework committee, as a previous speaker suggested. As I thought about the Save the 2008 steps, I really appreciated them looking beyond homework to other aspects of a student's day. And I found myself wanting something in our district architecture to mimic that, to address the larger essential issues related to running a quality school district. I might be cutting out here. I couldn't find what I had in mind, but after sifting through many of the BBs and BPs, I think those are bylaws and policies, I found the BP 0200 goals for the school district that are under review, it said, and attempted to reorganize those by areas of concern and then aligning them to your operations. So this proposal that I have is actually about reorganizing the board a little bit at different levels, depending on whether you like the idea. So I don't even know whether this alignment between the goals and the operations is possible. But if you think about it, such a structure might have many benefits to the current one, and perhaps you could evaluate that. So if you look at your handouts really quickly, you'll see that the first page shows what a parent would see by looking at the Board of Education right now. They'd click on your committee assignments and schools. What I really wanted to see, step back. What I did is I reorganized all the goals that existed in another document. I just rearranged them under areas of concern from a parent's point of view, and I added some guiding questions. And then on the last page, you'll see that I formed those areas of concern into 4 different areas: classroom operations, actually effectiveness, positive school climate, student academic and wellness support, and then monitoring the performance feedback and evaluation. So if you want to think about that, and I do give different levels of involvement. It could be as passive as just receiving information from the public.
So Ms. Deachad, if you have more on this, you could share it with us in writing. Thank you.
Yeah, that's really
Good.
Our board policy committee too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This,
There's,
yeah, Camille, you want to say something about the board policy? Yeah.
It's just that these items that you pass out are really helpful to us. I mean, for everything that everyone turns in. I mean, it is a chance to reflect, and all the work in this is amazing. So thank you. We will look at it.
Thank
and yours
you.
too, Mark.
Mike Baird, welcome.
Thank you. I think I came a little bit late. I think my audience left, so I think I'm actually talking to the camera more than the audience that's here. But I'm Mike Baird. I'm a member of the Rotary Club of Palo Alto.
Oh, yeah.
I'm the Youth Services Chair this year, and each year we have a speech contest. I'm calling on Palo Alto High School students to consider participating in this year's competition. It's actually a series of competitions that the winner advances and goes on. There's a total for the top winner of the competition to be awarded $1,550. So for all the students out there who might be watching this, that's $1,550. One of the students said to me, that's not the reason I do it, but it's a good extra benefit. The first competition this year will be held Thursday, January 29th, starting at 7 p.m. in the Palo Alto City Council chambers. So it's a great opportunity to get experience talking in front of a group. The theme for this year's speeches is Light Up Rotary. To explain why he chose this theme, Rotary International President Gary Hung writes, "Light Up Rotary is our theme for the year, but it is more important than just a theme. It is how we in Rotary see the world and our role in it. We believe that no one should sit alone in darkness. He continues, there are so many ways to light up Rotary, including the eradication of polio, which is the large initiative of Rotary. He's a member of the Rotary Club of Taipei, Taiwan. It's an international organization. And he was inspired for this topic by the Chinese philosopher Confucius, who said, "It is better to light a single candle than to sit and curse the darkness." So for some of the students out there, come and light a candle. And if you have not spoken in the past, this is a good time for your first speech. And if you're an accomplished speaker, it's a good time for your next speech. The speeches must be original, 4 to 5 minutes, reference at least one principle of the Rotary 4-way test. One of my very wise teachers once said, perfect practice makes perfect, so this is a good time to come start practicing. Obviously, I'm not a public speaker, so I'm here practicing too. Please consider participating. For more information, one of the council members has agreed to receive the information and pass it on to one of our co-chairs. That's Melissa.
Yeah, so you can email me at mcaswell@pausd.org, and I will send your information forward. I'll just do a little plug here. Seniors, you spend a lot of time on essays. A lot of the senior college essays are great material for these kind of speeches. So this doesn't have to be a lot of work, but it's a great opportunity to get in front of adults and talk about your passions.
And practice your speaking so when you're my age, you're better than I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
Great, Mike.
Josh Paley, to be followed by Srinivas Subramanian.
Dear board members, thank you for your time. I feel like we need to educate our community about what I think is possibly the biggest problem that students face these days, non-productive computer usage. We only want the good the internet has to offer, but we also get unintended consequences. Time management has been an issue forever. People of all ages, not just high school students, often overcommit their time. Within the gun community, it seems like an attempt to get at this is to look at how many AP classes a student is taking, but I think that is partially misguided, as at least 2 AP classes, AP Economics and AP Computer Science, have ostensibly 0 homework load. The bigger problem is that people do not seem to take the time to create a 24/7 grid and do a rough description of how their time is being spent so that they can have an honest accounting of what is and what is not feasible in their daily lives. A student can take 0 AP classes and still not have enough hours in the day to do all the extracurriculars they want. What is new and did not apply in previous generations is the way people use computing. While the internet has been around longer, browsers did not exist until Mosaic was released in 1993. Browsers breed online distractions. In 2007, we got the first iPhone. Just owning a smartphone generates distraction. No self-respecting teacher would design a lesson with unlimited built-in distractions, but that is the nature of using the internet. We have the bad with the good. When a parent complains that their child is up until 2 a.m. doing homework on the computer, it tells me that something is wrong, and it probably isn't homework load. I would be hard-pressed to produce a schedule where a student truly had over 7 hours of homework every day. I realize that the plural of anecdote is not data, but what I feel I am seeing and hearing in discussions with students and some parents is a whole lot of non-productive computer usage. It can be an addictive thing like drugs and alcohol. The problem is, unlike drugs and alcohol, which are illegal for minors, the computer is not illegal. Bad time management is not illegal. We cannot get on a soapbox and point to the law for help. Some parents could probably use guidance on how to manage these issues. Students need to be better educated on the consequences. Teachers could use guidance on what to look for and how to manage it. I could sure use some suggestions. I lack answers. I'm the computer science teacher at Gunn. I lack answers. I know that Superintendent McGee, Principal Herman, Principal Diorio over at Palo, and others have good ideas, as do members of the community. I'm hoping to simply create discussion to help shine a light on possible solutions to the problem of non-productive computer usage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Paley.
Yeah. Very good.
Our last open forum speaker will be Srinivas.
And can I just say again, just because we don't comment, we like everything. Again, we don't generally comment, but we like what everybody has to say. So please come forward.
Okay, that's good. This is going to be kind of rambling.
Oh,
just my thoughts.
We'll love it anyway.
So this is about fostering joy in learning. And it's there in that seal too. And I've been wondering about it. And if you think of the daily activity of a student, they go to school, get woken up early in the morning, go sleepy to school, and in the class, there's grades for class participation, so they're being graded, or they're taking a quiz, they're being graded, taking a test, they're being graded, they're sent home with a lot of homework, and that's being graded as well. So it's almost like daily activities graded every hour. And it made me wonder, is it a testing center or is it a learning center? And so they come home and then they squeeze in their playtime. I mean, these are kids and they are squeezing in their playtime. And so that's what, and they don't get practice to actually take the real test. If they go to a testing center, they get practice tests and then all these SAT and other stuff, and they're not being graded. They can do whatever they want, and they learn from the mistakes, and they're getting ready for the real test. You take sports, like today you saw all the champions. They get to do practice runs. They get to do practice stuff. But here, every quiz, every test is on different subject matter. And so whatever they do once, and that's it, they move on. So, things that occurred to me are, should we expand tutorial? That's the only time they actually enjoy. They meet with the teacher and they're learning something. That's at least what I understand. Should we expand tutorial to one whole day and just have classes or lectures only for 4 days a week? And that'll give them a chance to bond with their teachers and actually go and solve some problems in a deeper way. And the other one is, are we testing is necessary, but are we over testing it that is affecting the joy of learning? And some teachers, they allow students to to drop the worst score and replace it with the finals or something, but how about letting them pick their best score to represent their effort and grade? So just some thoughts to think about how to foster joy in learning.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice.
Okay, we are going on to the next part of our agenda, which is action, discussion, information items. And the first item is our partial tax resolution. Dr. McGee.
Great. Thank you. Thank you to all our community forum speakers. And as we move ahead to the board, regular business, let's begin with the partial tax resolution. This is really one of our feature items of this evening. Ms. Mack, our chief business official, will provide some background information on how the current partial tax is being used and the need to extend and actually increase it. As part of her presentation, I will highlight 3 areas that an increase could fund. Thank you, girls. Our goal tonight at the board level is though we are not taking action, is to reach consensus, ideally, on some ballot language and the amount of an increase so that we can vote at our next meeting. As we know, polling supports $120 per parcel increase. And while board members have all expressed support for an increase, the amount has yet to be determined. So let's begin with a presentation. We'll keep our presentation brief because it's really important to hear from all the board members in some detail about this topic.
So the district has a partial tax since 2001. The current tax is a 2010 measure. It started with $589 per parcel and has a 2% annual increase for 6 years. We also have provision for senior exemptions. The current tax rate for the current year is $638 per parcel and brings in about $12.4 million of general fund revenue. It's about 7% of district's budget. So these are the programs that the partial tax funds. As you can see, it maintains excellence in core academic programs. It reduces class sizes, continue teacher professional development activities, and it has provided funding.
Ms. Mack, I wonder if your microphone is on. I'm just wondering.
You just need to get closer, or maybe we need some help in the control room to crank it up. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Try it again. Let's just hear you.
Okay. So these are the programs that the current partial tax funds, and I'm down the list, you can, so in interest of time, we can go to the next slide. So as you can see, the parcel tax funds about 7% of our general fund revenue, and it's a very significant source of revenue to the district, and we need to continue it. So in preparation for renewing the tax, last month we conducted a survey, and our consultant, Charles Heath, is here to go over some of the key findings.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm going to provide a very condensed summary of the poll results that we went through in some detail at your meeting in December. So last fall, a survey was conducted of just over 400 residents in Palo Alto who are registered voters, and they meet the demographic criteria that's representative of who's expected to turn out in a May mail-in ballot special election. And we used the demographics from the actual turnout in a similar election that was conducted here for Measure A in May of 2010. So we have some confidence based on that history that this is truly representative of who might vote in this election. We asked a series of questions to gauge the public's perceptions of the school district and their willingness to renew and potentially increase the parcel tax. And what we found was quite encouraging. First and foremost, the district's job rating remains to be very strong, among the strongest we see of any school districts around the state, and that number is even up from the last survey we conducted here in 2009. There's a strong perception of the value for the tax dollar here, which is not something that is commonly found in many school districts around the state. When we tested a specific parcel tax proposal, we found consistent support above the 2/3 level for an increase up to $120 per parcel. And that level of support remained above the 2/3 mark even after they were exposed to negative arguments that simulated a potential opposition campaign. So we feel confident that a increase up to that level would be supported by the voters if you were to put it on the ballot. The one cautionary note from the survey was that there did seem to be a softer perception of the need for money in the district as compared to what we've seen in recent years, given the depth of the budget crisis and cuts to public schools up and down the state. So I think that tells us that in terms of a communication strategy, we need to be prepared to articulate the needs that are driving the parcel tax increase that's being proposed. And I know that Dr. McGee and Ms. Mack will expand on that in this presentation. When we tested the various components of a potential parcel tax, we found a number of very popular programs, including those items you're currently funding with your parcel tax, as well as potential new program areas for enhancement or expansion. And when we dug beneath the overall survey data, we found that across demographic groups, whether by political party, by age, or other criteria, the support was broad-based. So that led us to our conclusion that we believe that you should move forward with placing a measure on the ballot this spring to renew and increase the parcel tax.
So based on the poll results and the discussion at the board study session in December, staff recommends that we increase the current parcel tax rate by $120 to $758 per parcel, starting with next fiscal year 2015-16. The increase of $120 per parcel will generate additional $2.3 million in parcel tax revenue. And this proposed new measure will continue all the provisions in the current parcel tax, including the 2% annual increase. And the tax will be for 6 years and will continue the senior exemption. And with the increase, the new parcel tax would generate about $14.7 million to the general fund in the first year, and that's about 8% of the district's budget. So to answer the question why we need the money, so here are the reasons why. So on the revenue side, if you have been following the district's budget presentations, you know that since the last economic downturn in starting in 2008-2009, the state has been cutting funding to community-funded districts. So by 2012, the reduction amount was at $7.5 million. Then the following year, the state implemented a new funding formula, LCFF, and with that new funding model, this reduction of 7.5 million, what the state calls fair share reduction, now becomes a permanent reduction. So we lost 7.5 million in state revenue. Last month, the second item is with the Copley lease. So last month, we renewed the lease with the city, and we removed the covenant not to develop clause, and the result is a reduction of 1.9 million in the Copley lease revenue. So as we've seen, the economy started to recover in 2012, we see a more healthier trend in property tax growth. We do see some growth in some growth revenue. However, the per pupil revenue growth has not caught up with inflation. So to, you know, as a comparison, in the last 6 years, from 2008 to 2014, our per student revenue growth is 8%. The CPI growth was 13%. Also, our per student spending is lower than many high-performing school districts in the nation. And on the other hand, we also will continue to see enrollment growth, which will dilute, you know, the revenue growth by per student. So next 5 years, enrollment is projected to grow by over 700 students. On the expenditure side, we're also seeing, you know, increased costs, particularly in with pension costs. In the next 5 years, we'd expect to see pension costs going up by about 2 million every year in the next 5 years. And also another budget challenge that that we're facing is now with the state implementing a new funding formula and the state economy is doing very well. The state-funded districts actually are getting higher revenue growth than community-funded districts. So just to cite examples, the current year that we're in, state-funded districts are getting about 12% increase from the state, and our property tax growth is about 6%. So in the new budget proposal for next year, the governor is proposing additional 9% to state-funded districts, and we don't expect our property tax growth to be as high. So combination of slower revenue growth and increased costs. Yes, we're getting additional funding, but we just don't have enough new ongoing funding to implement new programs. And we manage our resources very well. In lean times, we cut back, and when we have resources, the first thing is we have to allocate funds to address critical needs of the districts. And so while we have revenue growth, but we don't have enough new ongoing money to implement any new programs that the community has indicated are important and value. So to reiterate, while you're hearing that the state is doing very well, Palo Alto housing market is doing well, everything is so rosy. Our financial picture is just not as rosy as you see or hear. And one good example would be, with the new funding formula, we're not getting any additional ongoing unrestricted monies from the state, as we have seen in the past 2 years, and also in the newly proposed state budget for next year. So in the last couple of years, and also the next year, we'll be seeing some one-time fundings for very specific purposes, such as Common Core and energy efficiency programs, but there are no new ongoing dollars for unrestricted programs. So with the additional funds from the $120 per parcel, here are some of the potential programs the new monies can be used towards, and Dr. McGee can elaborate a little bit more.
Great. We have, we want to really continue to, in the words of our mission, right, empower every student to reach his or her fullest intellectual, creative, and social potential. And to do that, we need to do some things new and do some things differently. These are our three areas, three buckets, which aligned with the polling. I reframed them a bit. I think the polling, the highest was support for struggling students. And I like to frame this as equitable opportunities and access for all youth to excel at the highest levels. As you know, the Minority Achievement and Talent Development Advisory Committee is meeting biweekly, and we'll be preparing a list of strategic recommendations to close the achievement gap, to assure that all students have access and opportunities for the full range of our rich curriculum and extracurricular activities. There's a laundry list of some of these in the board packet, and I don't know what the recommendations will entail, but I do know that there is evidence to support summer school. The summer learning loss is well documented, and I fully expect that that would be a recommendation. The early literacy support. We have started back mapping students that are truly struggling in high school, that end up at Alta Vista, students from lower income families, students of underrepresented minorities, and back through second, first grade, kindergarten. And this is where so many of the problems start. And the students don't have the opportunity to make it up. So I'm sure we'll be looking at some recommendations for PK through second grade literacy support and intervention. There's great research to support expert tutoring across multiple grades and subjects. Turning to the second area, we know that many of our students, but certainly not all of them, have the opportunities to take engineering, robotics, and computer science classes from middle school through high school, but there's no really coherent curriculum or pathway classes. This becomes sometimes an equity issue because students of means, whose parents have means, can take some of these classes and have all kinds of exciting summer activities and weekend activities, but we know our students can really excel when they are in these maker studios, when they're in our industrial technology in middle school, and when they're in our engineering and robotics programs in high school. Computer science, frankly, is becoming a basic skill. Not just coding, but real computer science. So we have, again, a whole list of, I think, very interesting, innovative STEM programming and pathways, including authentic advanced research, and I've talked about that. I met actually with students at Gunn today, meeting with students at Palo tomorrow to talk about that. Just for example, I talked today with two students from Gunn working on their own with a Stanford professor on a Siemens project to figure out a way to help third world individuals recover from burns in an affordable means. I mean, talking to these kids about the science behind this and how to do this cost effectively, like in Nepal where people are burned frequently, it's phenomenal. I'm talking to these juniors in high school, and we need to provide this opportunity to a wider range of students. And again, there's other areas in the packet. And finally, student wellness. I think one of the greatest opportunities for student wellness is to individualize and personalize our independent study courses tailored to students' needs. And also, I think sometimes we don't attend to the physical wellness supports for exercise, for nutrition counseling, for preventing sleep disorders and sleep deprivation. I think we need to look at some programs there. I'm still concerned about that we don't have nursing services, or at least much of an opportunity for shared nurses at the elementary schools. When I was over at Fair Meadow visiting the other day, there was a poor little first grader outside Kristen's class had fallen on the playground, and my first thing was, let's go to the nurse. And oh, you can't do that, you know. It doesn't sound right. Let's go to the school clerk or assistant, right? And unfortunately, this girl wasn't hurt too badly, but you know, Grant was saying we've had, you know, bloody noses and, you know, there's medication to dispense. So I hope that, the parcel tax can't fund everything in all these buckets, and we will need to prioritize. But I think this is an opportunity for community to rise up and provide some of these really important supports. And I hope that every parent can see their child somewhere in this list, and that the larger community, the majority of whom do not have children in our schools, can see that their rising, soaring property values are tied to the quality of education and these supports for all students.
So the last slide is the proposed timeline. Is a timeline for the proposed May 5th election, and you've seen this chart at the last meeting. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mack, and thank you, Mr. Heath, for coming out tonight. Before we go around, and we'll go around to each board member for their questions. We're not taking action tonight. This is questions, and if you have some comments. I do want to thank some people that are in the audience tonight. We have some members of the community who have come forward and are very excited to be part of supporting this when this becomes, once we've voted on moving forward with the campaign. And I've been delighted by their participation in a variety of meetings. And can we ask them to come up and stand by Ms. Mack for a second? Can I ask the volunteers in the community who have, Nana Chancellor and Sarah Whittam-Johnson, and is Lydia here?
Lydia's here.
Oh, okay. And Grace. And you may have some more. Is there anybody? You one more person? Where? He had to leave. Okay, that's okay. I just want to thank you for coming up, and thank you for being here tonight. And if you just would you like to say anything before we go around and ask our questions?
Well, I think we're just sort of excited to sort of get this campaign going, and I think there's a lot of important work that we can do with our parcel tax and with the increase in our parcel tax. And as somebody with several kids in the district.
You have a few years of support for the district here.
Beneficiaries, to be sure.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We are blessed in this community that we have people that feel so passionately that they use their personal volunteer time to help our schools. And with that, I'd like to go around, and we start with Ms. Emberling. We do have one card. Would you be happy to get a card before we? I think it would be nice, particularly because it's a teacher. Josh Pele, if you'll come up.
Thanks.
Oh, thank you.
I'll let him go. Thanks.
Yeah, great.
Like, whoops, everything working? So I can stay a little further away from the mic this time. So this is sort of like another open mic thing, except that I think you'll see this dovetails nicely with what you just discussed. Thank you for your time again. I'm here to ask a fundamental question. How long will it be before we formally recognize the importance of computer science education? Computer science is a foundational discipline. Its big ideas of critical import include abstraction, problem decomposition, logic, and deductive reasoning. These transfer to other fields in everyday life. Computer science is arguably as good, if not better, than any field of study currently taught to help people understand these big ideas. It is also fantastic for doing interdisciplinary projects. Computer science also offers a unique opportunity in human history to create things. We want our kids not just to use Google and Microsoft Word, we want them to create the next Google and Microsoft. That's what I care about as a computer science teacher. Other people may care about jobs. According to code.org and data taken from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, there will be 1 million more computing jobs and qualified college graduates to fill them in the US by the year 2020. 60% of all STEM jobs, that's science, technology, engineering, mathematics, through 2020 project to be computing-related jobs, yet less than 2.4% of college graduates in STEM fields will be earning CS degrees. Let's think about the emphasis on STEM within our district and consider that 60% of the jobs are in computing, and you may notice there's no C in STEM. Maybe more interesting is that 67% of computing jobs will be outside of the tech sector. Even if students are interested in other fields, some background in computing can only help. We sometimes hear the term well-rounded education. Computer science now must be included as part of a well-rounded education. Care about money? CS is either the first or second highest paid college degree as of 2013, depending on how it is measured. But either way, it's a decent financial future. And let's talk equity, since that was just up here a moment ago. Women are not a minority in society, but they are in computer science. According to the National Center for Women in Information Technology, the highest percentage of girls taking AP computer science tests in any year since 1998 is 19%. In any year. At Gunn, it's a little better. We hit a high of 31% of girls in AP Computer Science last year, but that's still pretty awful. At the college level, it is even worse. Only 12% of CS degrees were awarded to women as of 2012-2013. We are diminished when half of our population opts out of such a critical discipline. The numbers are significantly worse for underrepresented minorities. What is the solution? First, recognize computer science for what it is, a foundational discipline. Put it on a pedestal with science, social studies, mathematics, and English as a core discipline. Make it mandatory for graduation. No opting out of computer science without getting a handle on what it is about. A semester of exposure will directly eliminate a measure of inequity for girls and minorities. Even better, if our previous experience at Gunn is any indication, once they discover that computing is fun, they may want more. We have curriculum to do this now. Please let me know if you have any questions, and please consider looking at the website code.org/promote. Again, code.org/promote to see graphics and explanations behind the statistics I cited this evening. They actually describe how it is they arrive at their numbers. Thank you for your time.
And
Thank
can
you,
you
Mr.
send
Bailey.
us what you just read? I'll read it if you send me that as an email as well.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks.
Not a problem. Thank you.
I
for your
just
time.
signed up my 6th grade daughter for Girls Who Code class that's coming around.
Good. And back there, we were like quietly talking about having an organized event with Palo and Gunn to do a Girls Who Code thing. There's a lot of stuff going on, but one of the things that's not going on is everybody taking computer science classes.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Paley. Why don't we start with Ms. Emberling? And remember what our topic is. What's our topic?
No. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Mack, and thank you, Charles. Thank you for presenting this comprehensive and bold proposal for the parcel tax renewal efforts. At the beginning of this year, we worked to create big goals to ensure the highest quality education for every student in our district. These initiatives align well with those goals. It's one thing to say you want to provide equity and opportunity to every child in our schools, and it's another thing to commit time and resources towards achieving it. It's one thing to say you want students to have an authentic, culminating research project in a STEM field, and another to create the curriculum and pathways to make it happen. And it's one thing to say we want to support the personal development and growth of each student, and another to consciously embed it throughout a student's school experience. I've been thinking about Martin Luther King Jr. with the day coming up on Monday. He said, intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education. Unfortunately, the new ballot language is missing the focus on the student wellness bucket. It reads, to support excellence in core academic programs, including advanced science, etc., which speaks to the exciting proposals around STEM innovations. And it also reads, support at-risk students struggling with the basics, which is folded into the equity and access work that you've already begun this year. But somehow the student wellness bucket is not formally represented here. So I'm not sure what my colleagues are hearing, but the issue of student stress, student health and well-being comes up very often in my community conversations. I know I did, recently received emails from students in a high school government class. All of the ones that I received were about managing student stress. Harvard Center on the Developing Child has done extensive research on the biology of stress, the body's reactions to positive stress, tolerable stress, and toxic stress, and how each of these affects the developing brain. And while learning how to cope with adversity is a critical skill. The research now shows that healthy development, and particularly healthy brain development, is actually impeded by excessive or prolonged stress. So focusing on social emotional health and well-being for our students is not just a good idea, it's in fact the key component for learning. And what are we learning from the experts themselves? They're gone already tonight, but by experts, I'm referring to our students. They have told us again and again in their alumni surveys that they are well prepared academically for college, but they do not feel prepared socially. They tell us in the Chicks and Parks data that they may be seeing fewer incidents of bullying, but they're still unsure of what to do when they see it. Some report drinking and doing drugs regularly. Some report they skip school because they didn't sleep enough, or they're stressed about attending class unprepared. And nearly 500 11th graders, 14% at Gunn, 11% at Palo, report that they seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year. 500. We want equity and opportunity for our students. We want amazing intellectual challenges and real-world experiences, and we also want our students to be able to self-advocate, to stand up to peer pressure, to navigate difficult and complex relationships with peers and adults, to make informed and ethical decisions around risky behaviors, to try, and more importantly, to fail, and to manage stress effectively. I suggest that many of the recommendations in your student wellness bucket, stress management workshops, exercise mindfulness programs, efforts to combat sleep deprivation, bias and harassment training, these could all be woven into a more robust year-round experience. At the high school level, this might look like a more robust version of the living skills class. But regardless of how we embed this into the curriculum, student social and emotional health should not be an afterthought. It should be an integral part of any district-wide goal. So this is a terrific opportunity to deepen our work in this critical area. So I propose adding the clause to the new ballot language somewhere. Support at-risk students struggling with the basics, and strengthen efforts to promote student health and well-being. To me, that would add it to the ballot language. With regards to raising the parcel tax to $120 from the current $638 to $758 with the traditional 2% escalation and the optional senior exemption, I'm in full support of that. From looking at the polling data and from the overwhelming support of our last parcel tax, this is a community that highly values its excellent public education system. If we communicate that these funds are critical to meeting these ambitious goals that we've set out for students, I'm confident the community will choose to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amberlane. So let's keep going around. Rather than having each person wordsmith, if they agree with what she's just brought up, let's just say we'd like to see it in there, and let's keep going, because I think wordsmithing on the dais doesn't really work. If you have additional things you'd like in the ballot language, that's fine. Suggest them. Ms. Townsend.
Oh, okay. Where do I start? All right, let's start from the very beginning. What is the board's role? The board's role, in my estimation, in my years on the board, it is certainly choosing the superintendent and supervising the superintendent, but right there on the same plane is budget, and unfortunately, the school board in this district has had to raise money. And we've helped create a friendly, healthy way in which PI operates, and we see PI people here who have done a wonderful job. We have made the case for parcel taxes several times, and the community and the board has worked together to pass these parcel taxes, which are essential. And I appreciate the numbers around here. Let's see, $12.4 million is coming in from the parcel tax, about 124 teachers. Mm-hmm. It is critical, just critical. What would we do without the foresight and the community supporting our parcel tax to date? I can, if you go, I mean, Josh Paley, I think, has already left. But when you see the passion and the brilliance and their content knowledge, we know that teachers are critical to what we do and the staff are critical to what we do. So I don't think we want to take anything for granted here. I think we have to say this parcel tax is essential. In it, so we have PI, we have, which is local fundraising. Parcel tax is essential local fundraising. I have had, so back up. What is the board's responsibility? It's certainly to raise money, and there is no question that Palo Alto Unified, as well as we think we do or have done better in the last couple of years, you compare ourselves to equivalent districts across the nation, we simply don't have the money. We don't have this. The demands that this community puts on its administrators, its teachers, and its students, frankly, is incredible. How do we do all that the community wants? Now, I appreciate the impassioned speech of my colleague about social emotional health, but that does take money, and frankly, it has to be also, I think, directed in a way that people understand. Because, you know, it's one thing to ask a question in the survey, so I'm going to see where we get to. Frankly, when I vote for money for anything, it better be somewhat detailed. So we'll talk a little bit more about that and what that detail is. I think the buckets in general are good. And so I'll get there in just a second, but I just wanted to sometimes you have to roll back and say 124 teachers? Whoa, that's incredible. So what are we looking at? We're looking at the additional, we're looking to extend the current parcel tax and the extent to which we can support any increased parcel tax. Now, I do appreciate the survey results. I do know, while the survey reflects some of our priorities, for example, when that survey went out, I, as a board member, didn't have an opportunity to add anything to that list. So that list is not necessarily my goals as a board member, and maybe Dr. McGee will talk about that a little bit, because, for example, world languages, I know, came back on survey data several years ago when we did our strategic plan. It was nearly one of the top by concerns of parents. Didn't get in this survey. So I want to say, and I'm going to want Dr. McGee to address that yet tonight, that this isn't our planning, this isn't our planning tool. This is this parcel tax tool for now. So I'm going to go with what we have here, but understand there are other things to me that I believe our parents find a priority that weren't in this list yet. So I just want that to be clear and lay that out for everybody here. I love what Josh Paley had to say. I'm delighted. So let's go to that first category, equitable opportunities and access for all youth to excel at the highest levels. That's wonderful. And I appreciate and I love that we have the Minority Achievement and Talent Advisory Committee. But as I look at all the bullets, summer school expansion, Saturday programming, et cetera, these are for our, whoever is a lagging student. They don't have to fall in a predetermined category of race, ethnicity, sexual orientation. We just have to be careful, is my understanding. While minority achievement and talent is one part of this, it is any lagging student in our district, that we want to reach out and make sure that we're supporting them with summer school expansion or after school and Saturday programming and the like. So I want to make sure that our buckets correctly reflect our intent, or at least my intent is that any child who is lagging in our district, we should be paying attention to with these many opportunities. So I don't want this misread if it's, because the first thing we talk about is minority achievement, but this bucket is bigger. This bucket is whatever child is out there lagging. We want to offer summer school support, Saturday programming, extended literacy, whomever falls in that bucket. And I want to make sure that is our understanding here. So I'm looking that there's a nod, but we'll go back around and make sure that is what that means. Innovative STEM programming pathways. Who can't love STEM? I mean, it's wonderful. I like to look at the lower level of these programming ideas. Some people have said to us that coding should be one of those. In fact, before Mr. Tom went off the board, he said, "Oh, I think coding should be one of those basic courses because it's universal now, and maybe we will get there. I don't know, but how do? So my question is this: how do we make sure that number 2 is directed to like 100% of our students? How do we make sure that we're dealing, we want to make sure that we get the high achievers, we're talking about the low achievers, and then 70% of the rest of the kids, do they fall into this category? So I want to make sure that our parcel tax, when people are voting for it, do understand that their child might be touched in some way in this category. So, and I'll ask you, Dr. McGee, to address that again. I'm raising my questions now for you or the rest of my colleagues to answer. I love all of the things that are listed. I think they're fantastic. They're very exciting. I just want to make sure that somehow we're touching the opportunities to address things. It says, and this is interesting, differentiated math instruction in grades K through 6. I kind of think we have that already, but I don't know, maybe we don't. So some of these are more specific, or some of the things we're doing already. So I don't know if we have to pull out the things we're already doing, or all right, so that's my big question.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Right. My understanding is this is a list of possibilities. We're not going to do everything on this list because even with $120 additional, we don't have enough. So the staff is going to need, with the superintendent's leadership, is going to need to pick from each of these categories something. It may only be one thing. It might be 2 things, but they're not going to be able to do the whole ball of wax.
Absolutely understood. But I also understand that if I am voting for this as a school board member and in the privacy of the ballot booth, you want to make sure that there's some specificity to this. Otherwise, people aren't going to vote for it. Of course not. I wouldn't vote for it. So I think our duty is to kind of, it's easy. In some ways, our first list that we came a couple years ago, and I know Ms. Mack didn't go over that list, but it was very concrete in some ways, and I guess that's my point. Minimize class sizes, yes. Some professional develop, provide up-to-date textbooks. I guess this was from the last parcel tax. They're a little more tangible. So I'm trying to get to something a little more tangible, and I'm sorry I didn't write a whole memo to give you,
That's
but
okay,
I think we can do it here. I think we'll get there.
Pulling up some notes here.
Yeah.
And, let's go around everyone.
Yeah, and then this final bucket of student wellness, I like it. I think it's to the extent that it, again, is focused. I think we need to have things that are somewhat focused. Family counseling program services, to me, is focused. Nursing services for elementary, it's very focused. People know what that means. Stress management, I know what that means to some extent. Physical wellness, we've never seen that in a parcel tax. It's, of course, speaks to my heart because I believe that physical wellness, sleep deprivation and the like goes essentially to student wellness. And to have seen that come up as, for the first time, I think, at Gunn, that wonderful program on, I'm sorry, what's the doctor's name? Demet, right?
For which?
Demet. It's about time. Some of these things are really fundamental, and it's nice to have things that people have been saying for years, but actually see them come to the fro. And anyone who's a parent knows these things matter, and sometimes people have poo-pooed them through the years. Well, it's great to see this here. Bias and harassment training, and this extended, innovative, independent study courses tailored to student needs. I think it's creative and wonderful. I think a lot of kids haven't been engaged or even doing independent studies. I know during times that has been not only rejected, but it wasn't an option. And to think that this is even being thought about, I think it's marvelous. We have never taken that. In fact, we have discouraged it in the past. So to see this step for me, I think it's great. Biology of stress, totally. I totally agree. Let's talk about that. So for me, the student wellness was a little more focused and concrete, under which I could get my head around. So for me, it really worked. Would I add anything to this? No, I guess that's not our duty to do that. But I am going to be talking about world languages for our elementary kids coming up, in the next, when we start talking about our other things. Certainly not in the context of the parcel tax, fine. Although, frankly, I think it would have scored higher had we written things a little bit differently, but that's all right. But I haven't given that up, and I think there's a few others on the board who might be really interested in that. So those are my general thoughts, and I know you wanted general thoughts. So
yeah, actually, it was
yes.
Really, and I'd want everyone to just make sure that they hit these two things. Is the ballot language okay? Do you support the amount that's recommended?
I could certainly support the 120. I am concerned about people believing the district doesn't need the money. I do believe that that is a challenge that we're going to. That's why I really want very focused language, because I think people won't vote for it unless it's focused and feel that it touches their children. Because while most of the people do not have children in the district, me, voting for this is going to require some specificity, because there are those people who say, I will vote for education no matter when you ask for it, I'll vote for it all the time. That's not true for everybody. So I can support 120. If there are any concerns about it, I could certainly live with 100. I could do that. But I think we should discuss it. Is there a big difference between 100 and 120? I don't know if that's the case, and I don't know if I'm making it. I feel we could use this money effectively, but I really want to talk with the rest of my colleagues to see if we can get to that language that we feel comfortable with, even in kinds of proposals that we're talking about. So, Ms. Baton-Caswell, so the language on which page? So
the ballot language.
Right. So what
it's
about...
the ballot language is the legal language. It's basically our contract with the voters. And so if we believe the ballot language covers the things that we want to invest in, then we're fine. But if you don't, and I think Ms. Emberling brought up a very valid point, and actually I'm going to tell you that we did have that in there at one point, and I don't know how it snuck itself out, but thank you for bringing it up. So if there's anything else that you think that needs to go in there. Now's the time to talk about that. And you already talked about how you feel about the amount, so.
May I clarify one point about the ballot language that
Yeah.
we're speaking about? So included in your packet is a draft of the resolution that we would need you to adopt at your next meeting on January 27th if we want to qualify for the May 5th ballot. There are two critical items within this resolution that you could call quote-unquote ballot language, right?
Okay.
So one is what's captured in Exhibit B, which is the ballot language that
Attachment
actually
B?
appears, yes. Exhibit B, page
Oh,
B1.
wrong one. So not attachment B, but Exhibit B.
Yeah, sorry, Exhibit
Here's
B, which
the-
is within the resolution. Exhibit B is what actually appears on the voter's ballot, and it is limited by statute to 75 words, with Palo Alto Unified School District counting as one word. So words are precious as we develop this language, and what we've tried to do in crafting this in conjunction with the district's legal counsel is to capture the general concepts that the parcel tax would fund, also reflect the community's priorities as measured through polling. Understanding that we couldn't capture all the complexity of a ballot measure in 75 words, we have Exhibit A, which is the full text of the parcel tax measure. This is reprinted in the voter pamphlet that's mailed to all registered voters. And in a mail ballot election like we're considering, it's actually mailed along with the ballots, so everyone gets that in a single package. And this is where we have no word limitation, and we can expand upon what we mean in the abbreviated summary in Exhibit B.
So Exhibit B, though, is the actual language that would be, and then A is in addition. Okay. So the language here is really limited. So I mean, truly, to support excellence in core academic programs, including advanced science, or I guess that's the STEM, math, reading, and writing, with locally controlled funds that cannot be taken by the state, attract and retain qualified teachers, which we have done, obviously, with the parcel tax. Boy, I can go with that all the way. Protect student electives, you bet, including arts and music, as we looked at those photos that Dr. McGee showed us, you bet. I mean, our program is phenomenal, only because we have additional money, and support at-risk students struggling with the basics, so whomever that is in the district, that's good. Shall Palo Alto Unified renew its expiring parcel tax? Yes. Increase by the rate of 120 and continue exemptions. I mean, that looks like great language, right? It's focused, it's people.
So the question here isn't necessarily to wordsmith. As a matter of fact, I'd rather we didn't wordsmith on a dais. But is anything missing that you thought was going to be there that wasn't going to be there?
Well, frankly, since the board, I mean, we do have to look at the language, and I'm feeling very comfortable with this language because I think I could vote for it. So the 120, I could vote for it. I want to hear what the rest of my colleagues have to say. And then looking at the purpose on A1 and A2, I can't, this looks good and looks much more specific. I love the bullets that are in there, and are these the ones, Dr. McGee, that you're recommending that be in here on A1 and A2? All of those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 bullets, are those actually being recommended? I thought those had gotten changed. And I'm being very technical here because we have to be very technical.
Yeah.
This actually looks like old language, and it needs to be updated. The list of bullet points needs to be updated because this is not current.
Okay, so the thing is, the board has to be very technical about this. So I'm going to need to look at that additional language on how that would be changed. I feel very comfortable with Exhibit B itself. And, but if we're going to have to also kind of okay this language, we're going to have to get the current language.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Dauber. Again, we're not voting tonight, but I do want you to make sure that you're touching on ballot language and the amount.
Yes on the 120, yes on Ms. Emberling's ballot language. I just want to get that out of the way.
Okay. Do you have any questions or comments that you'd like to add to your pithy statement?
I don't want to leave you disappointed at the end.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Just one question on the on this A1 that Ms. Townsend was just talking about. I don't want a line by line sort of difference here, but in general, what are the differences between the language that appears in this?
This needs to be cleaned up. This was taken from about 3 or 4 different documents and is not consistent with.
Okay.
This needs a significant revision.
Okay.
So if you need us to vote on this next time, this will have to come to us or at the next meeting. I mean, the newly proposed.
Oh,
Well,
Well,
we can still
some of
discuss and
this
vote
will
on
stay.
it at the next meeting.
I can go through some points that will stay and others that will go, but it is, that's part of the discussion, right? To revise it,
Yeah,
not just to say, okay, then we'll just automatically rubber stamp it at the next meeting, so, this does need to be changed.
Yeah.
So the language in the short paragraph, specifically the support at-risk students struggling with the basics, you had different language, Dr. McGee, that you had mentioned that I thought.
Yeah, I'd just like to frame it.
I thought it might. You talked about equitable opportunities and access for all youth to excel at the highest levels, which I think captures in a positive sense, the aspirations.
Right.
And so may be a more effective statement about what it is that we're looking for in terms of the use of these funds than what's currently here. So that's one suggestion that I have, is to move towards language of just closer to what Dr. McGee has here as opposed to what's in the paragraph.
Do you feel comfortable having Dr. McGee and Mr. Heath work on that together?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, I
Yes.
think that might be the best way to wordsmith it. But your point being that you'd like to see closer tie there, and Ms. Emberlin's point that she'd like to make sure student wellness is in there.
Yeah, I really, I actually want to really appreciate Ms. Emberling's comments, because I thought that they were really spot on and, very well stated. And I think you're absolutely right about all the points that you made there, and I'm very happy that you pointed that out. I don't have anything else.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so with respect to the increase, I don't actually support a $120 increase, not because we don't need it, but because the polling, in my mind, was not completely solid. So in the parcel tax, we put out that lost. The original support was 69%, and we lost. And the support for this 120 is 71% with a 5-point margin of error. So for me, that's not solid enough. $96 increase is like a 73%, and that feels a little more solid to me, and a little easier. The under $100 feels a little easier. It costs us $300,000 plus to get this on the ballot and get a ballot out. It costs us blood, sweat, and tears from our community who are gonna do this work for us, and I don't want to risk those dollars or that goodwill and energy from our team. So I would prefer to go for an under 100 increase. Like I said, it's not because I don't think we could very well use that money and could do very effective things with it. It's just more that I think the support from the community may not be as strong as we need, given the last presentation where you said the percentage off the bat was generally the one that was the strongest indication. With respect to the 2% escalator and the senior exemption, yep, that's good, like that. That seemed to have been positive last time. I imagine that will be positive this time. On ballot language, I appreciated Ms. Emberling's taking the time to write down what she wanted to say and to be so clear about it. I'm supportive of that. The words that say at risk in the ballot language as it exists don't seem like they're in the right place to me. I liked Mr. Dauber's suggestion to be a little more positive and aspirational. So those two things really resonated with me. With respect to the list of things that we're looking at, of course we can't afford all of these things, and it's a bit of a list to start with, and I recognize that. The kinds of things that I would have liked to see on this list that aren't there are just a few. Under STEM, I would love it to be STEAM, because I think we have.
Could be art, right?
Yeah, I think we have appetite for the arts in this community that's really heartening. And this may not be the time to do it in a parcel tax, but if we move to STEAM from STEM, that would be that would warm my heart. And then under student wellness, there's something we've talked about over the years since the advent of Project Safety Net about doing mental health screening, much like we do screenings for hearing and eyesight. And I know logistically it's not an easy thing to do, but if hearing and eyesight are important, mental health is important. So I would love for us to do that, and I don't know that this is the place to put it, or if we put it someplace else, I just want to make sure that I'm clear that that's important to me. And then with respect to how we decide on spending, I think I said this last time, so I'll say it quickly. I just want to make sure we triangulate between what's in our strategic plan and the other kinds of things that sort of bubble up from the bottom, because a 400-person survey isn't representative of the whole community, in my mind. That is it.
Thank you.
I would like to just jump off from what you just said. 400-person survey is not. It's not our strategic plan. It's not our focus goals.
Nope.
What it does do is it shows what the community is feeling willing to pay for, and then we need to exactly do that. We need to triangulate against our strategic plan and our focus goals and make sure that we are true to the plans that we have put forward. And that's why I'm going back to the superintendent and saying, okay, what in these categories are your most important things? Tell me what they are. And as long as they align with the strategic plan and the focus goals, I'm personally in support of that. Ms. Godfrey, one of the things you said is STEAM. And you know, I'm on the Arts Center board, and you know, arts are very important to me. I see the arts in this ballot language, and I don't care whether they're STEAM or arts by themselves or change the letters around and call it something else. I see them in here, so I don't feel like we've ignored them. The most important thing with our ballot language is it's flexible enough that if things change for some reason, we can make those changes and use this money to support the things that are important to us. So to me, that's really important. I support the amount 120. And the reason I support it is I know that we did some things, we took some shortcuts in the parcel tax that didn't go through in our work in that, on that for a variety of different reasons. And I know there was, we didn't have the tightness in the community, certain parts of the community that we have right now. So I feel like if we make a good case, this community is going to support $120. And we could use that money, and we're not going to get it from the state. We can't magically create changes in our enrollment. They're going to be what they're going to be, and they're probably going to continue to grow for a long time. And so I just don't see places where money magically comes to us. And I believe that we can make the case to the community. And I believe they'll feel good about what we're doing if we hold true to our strategic plan and our focus goals. And we pick a couple of things to do really well that impact the most number of students. So I'm in support of that. On the ballot language, yes, Ms. Emberling, I would like wellness to come back in, or still student health. The second word in the ballot language is support, to support excellence. And I did have somebody come to me today and say, why isn't it preserve excellence? Or why doesn't it expand excellence? But support excellence sounds like we're not doing so well. And that's not why our community was so positive in the poll. They were so positive in the poll because we're doing a good job. I'd say we're doing a great job, but we could invest in making that job even better, and that's what we should be doing. So I would suggest we either use the word preserve or expand.
Are you
Preserve?
I'm not choosing which it is.
That's great.
You know, I did want, Mr. Heath, for you to just, since I think it is maybe the elephant in the room, if the community has a question about whether we need the money, yet the polls also say
that they're very supportive of spending money and giving money to the district. What does that mean? And where have you seen this before, and what would you do?
It's a very good question, and it was a cause for concern when I looked at that question in isolation and thought about, okay, why is it that the perception of need for funds in the school district has dipped? And I think it has to do with the macro environment. You know, people are reading about increasing state budgets, increased investments in schools.
Housing.
They don't necessarily, rises in home prices and assessed valuations. They don't necessarily make the translation to how that directly impacts Palo Alto Unified School District. When I step back and look at the poll as a whole, what we see is that as soon as we get beyond that narrowly framed question to the more general question of would you support a parcel tax, and even more specifically, would you support an increase in the parcel tax up to $120, support jumps right back up to the 70% plus levels of support that we've consistently seen in past successful elections. So I think that while that question is instructive as to what kind of information the community needs as they think about this issue, I don't think it's a barrier to success, because the rest of the poll is a glowing green light that the community would support a renewal and increase.
Thank you. Dr. McGee.
Did you want to talk about the amount? Did you give your okay?
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I'm very supportive of the amount because I
did?
did.
Okay, I didn't know.
I
Catch
just
that, sorry.
don't think we have other ways to get money that are as consistent and reliable.
Okay, good, thank you. A couple comments. First on world language in the elementary schools. We have in our board goals for this year, a measure and deliverable was prepare a written proposal for external review of selected programs to assess their efficacy. And we chose world language, including our elementary school immersion programs and our middle school and high school program. So we've commissioned with Hanover Research, and I don't know if Charles has sent the information to all the board members. We just got it. I'm reviewing it with the World Language Steering Committee tomorrow. Hanover has proposed to analyze and evaluate through student, parent, and staff surveys the effectiveness of us to track students that have been in the immersion programs, where they are now, to look at students after they have left our school district. They have also committed to sharing exemplary models, practices from across the country from their research. This is an extraordinary opportunity for us to learn about how to do a high-quality world language program for K-6 or pre-K-6, rather than just assume we know what's best. And I know we have data. The parents poll very high for what the foreign language elementary, Ms. Godfrey and I talked about that in our first meeting. And I have that. And the parents poll higher than the regular community does, certainly. Right. But we need to look at how to do this right. So my recommendation would be, once we get this material back from Hanover, we have a study session on it. We, devote a board study session. If we want to move ahead with it, we have that opportunity to set a goal, a focus goal at our June meeting. We have the opportunity for other funding options as well to support these kind of programs, everything from grant programs to perhaps some PI funding. So just because it's not on here does not mean it's not important, does not mean we're not committed to it. I mean, we had a proposal from Hanover for 4 different topics. We chose consistency in curriculum instruction assessment and world language as our top 2, and we put some others off until next year. So I just want to assure you this does matter, and I think there's other and better ways to get this moving forward. And we just didn't know enough to do it now.
Sounds reasonable.
Okay.
Thank you.
You asked about the struggling students, and that is one reason I did want to use that more positive language, and which says equitable opportunities and access for all youth, and all means all. So even though the verbiage under here, references our ongoing committee, all means for all students, and so I just want to emphasize that again. All students who are struggling, who are at risk, the majority of those students are either English language learners, students from lower socioeconomically disadvantaged families, and underrepresented minorities. But that's not all of that.
Or
struggling
special
student
ed,
group.
maybe. I mean,
Yeah. Right.
Anyway, if
Yeah.
you're gonna, just let's make sure that does sound inclusive and not exclusive.
Yeah, it needs to, so we will. And then I think the third question he asked was about some specificity in some of the STEM programming and pathways. And yeah, I don't want to just necessarily limit this to STEM. I appreciate your comment about the arts and the music. And Josh talked about computer science and wasn't even included. It's included in the bullet list, but that's kind of is a combination, integrates maybe all these things. So maybe there's better wording for that. As far as specificity, one thing you mentioned was a differentiated mathematics instruction is being vague, and you're right, it is vague. The reason I put this in as a bullet, though, is from the second cup of coffee tour, one thing I heard regularly is our students in the elementary schools some students need to be challenged more, others need some more help. But as we've talked with the principals, as we observe the classes, I think we really need to work on how we differentiate instruction, which may mean more professional development, it may mean different math adoption. So that is kind of purposely, but vague by design.
And that's fascinating. I mean, that is fascinating. That will be a discussion of its own.
Yeah.
So that's helpful to understand that, because for me, it just didn't fit into the rest of the bullets, but now I understand.
Right.
What your intent was.
Right.
Okay.
And again, you're not going to be able to do everything, so we need to focus down to a couple of things in that category.
Right, and what we can do. And so I think, unless there's other specific questions, we need to go and really clean up the resolution. And again, we won't be able to put an exact dollar amount on all of these. We will be as specific as possible. And we can't fund everything, but we can also look to other sources of funding for those areas which the board believes are important. We do want to make sure that every bullet we have in here is aligned with our strategic plan, is aligned with our goals. And Terry, I thought Ms. Godfrey, your idea about the mental health screen was terrific. I think that's something we ought to figure out how to include. And Ms. Emberlin, if we could have your exact wording, that was remarkable. That was a great way to start. So, yeah, we can work off that document. Were there other questions I didn't answer, Ms. Townsend, or was it?
No,
Okay.
I think that's.
I thought I was getting them all.
Yeah, well, and it's some of the technical stuff, because while we have all this discussion at the early part, really, truly, in the end, we're going to be voting on very technical language that you and Mr. Heath are going to bring back to the board, attachment A, attachment B, and while the rest is background, in the end, it's this language that we need to focus on.
If that language can come to us earlier than the board packet, if it's possible later this week or early next week, I think it's pretty important.
Yeah,
that
if we can
have
put
enough
it in
time.
a weekly, if we can, that's our. I don't want to unduly raise expectations, but it would make sense to have it prepared for the Friday weekly.
I'm just suggesting a goal. You don't have to agree to it on the spot here. Board members, we took a lot more time on that than Ms. Emberling and I had anticipated. And so I'll let you know that the next item is the Enrollment Management Advisory Committee charge. And we had allocated 45 minutes for this. If you feel that you can be pithy, it's good. But I don't want to cut off any discussion, and not just on this, on any of our items. So, Dr. McGee.
Thanks. We drafted the charge that's in your packet and are eager to hear your ideas for fine-tuning the wording. We've built this charge on the work of the last two committee charges. But in looking at those charges, they were really far more specific, and they were really focused on the 13th elementary school. And this time, we're encouraging the committee to really look beyond just that. We want to make sure, as is stated in the charge, that the work and recommendations are aligned with the board policy, which includes those 13 community values and 7 planning standards, and those are included in your packet. I won't read through those now. You know, once it's and actually thank you for putting it up there. We actually put this up for the audience to see. It's on 2 different slides, and I won't read it in the interest of time. So there's the first part, and the second slide is about thanks. So this is the same text that's in the packet. The first is really the purpose. The second is about the information and the committee makeup. Thanks for reminding me of that. Anyway, to get back to it, our goal is to have a final charge approved at our next meeting, to take applications in February and get the committee working the end of February, beginning of March. I spoke with Amy Darling, who was a key member of the first enrollment committee last evening, and we have a meeting set up. She's bringing some of the folks that worked on that first committee. She just says there's a lot of background information that wasn't written down that we would like to share with you. And I heard from Diane Reckless already, sent me an email after reading this, who worked on that, and said she really appreciated kind of a broader charge and not just focused on the 13th elementary school. So I think I've said enough, and let's move on with the board members' comments.
Okay, let's start with Ms. Godfrey.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for that. First I want to thank Ms. Mack for including in her weekly the cost of running a new elementary school at $950,000 per year and a new middle school at $2.2 million. I think that's important numbers to keep in mind, and I appreciate that you're updating that for us. Second, what you just said about expanding the scope and starting with defining the problem and then looking at answers to the problem warms my heart. It's much better than starting with the answer and trying to figure out how to get to the answer. Mm-hmm. And then the only question I actually have was, having not been through this on this side of the dais before, as the work happens, how do we get updates? Does that just come through weeklies, or just we can read the minutes that are on the website, or how does?
So I think with something like this, well, a few ways, all of the above. So we can do updates through the weeklies. We can, have regular board updates. We can do a monthly update is probably a good idea. We can put you, I don't know what we'll use. We right now have Schoology for Minority Achievement and Talent Development Advisory Committee. We can certainly put the board, because that's where all the minutes go and materials and everything. And actually, I'll send that home on Friday so you can get on that and just kind of monitor the progress. But I think it's important for this committee to have regular public updates. So whether it's monthly or every third meeting, we'll be glad to provide that.
Thank you, because I think sometimes things like school size and the community values around biking and things like that, if those end up being something different than what our community thinks, we don't want to be surprised by that.
Right, that's a great point.
We also don't want to be surprised by recommendations that are way different than what we thought we were going to get. Dr. McGee, when you just said that the minutes are going to be in Schoology, usually we put the minutes from these kind of meetings on our website. Mm-hmm. So how will we accomplish that?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we have to do that when we have a community committee.
We usually have a page dedicated to it. That's it.
That's it? Okay.
That'll
Ms.
be easy to
Emberlin?
do. Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate the broader charge to look at enrollment growth across the district. I think that's how we make better decisions. I also appreciate your charge for your committees so far. This is committee 2, right?
Right.
For you, is looking at the problem first.
Right.
So I think that's so important, because we all have such wonderful ideas for how to solve problems.
Yes.
when we may not be solving the same problem.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have planned, as you mentioned, several different times to open a new elementary school, and then chosen not out of whimsical decision-making, but more because we don't have the crystal ball and we can't forecast where the enrollment is going. And enrollment growth predictions have changed now across the district in the way that we're looking at it, and so we do want to make these decisions as close to the time we need it as possible, and what we need right now versus what we're looking at over the next few years as the bubble classes move through and smaller classes come through, and then who knows what's coming in the future. You just, there's so many moving parts. So I appreciate a committee that will look at the issue, the problem. Why is this enrollment growth so difficult to get a handle on? It's not a new problem, but is it stopping us from making a decision? I think sometimes you have to make a decision with the best information you have at the time, and that's what we've tried to do in the past. So I do appreciate the attention to figuring out what the problem is and how we move forward with that, and also looking at the different options for, I appreciated your thoughts of, do we need an elementary school, or do we need a K-8, or do we need just a middle school, or do we need 6 to 12? It's just sort of thinking about where to move forward from here. So I'm fine with the charge. It's a little long, and so I just want to make sure that, and I know you mentioned you might have a facilitator for this as well. I think that would be wise, and I think maybe you sitting down with the committee and clarifying sort of what your thoughts are and where you think this charge should go would be helpful. Because they could talk about this for a long time.
Good, good. Thank you. Yeah.
All
The
right.
facilitator is essential,
Yes.
as I've learned from this last one.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Townsend?
Yes. Yeah, let me begin by saying that we have deferred decisions about opening schools because enrollment has changed, focus has changed, whether elementary school, middle school is a bigger crunch than people gave credit for before. So information changes, and deferring allows us some additional information. Now, why is this hard? Well, enrollment changes, boundaries change, as any state school board member will tell you when you go to the national convention, or state or national convention. Changing boundaries, oh my God. Because we have different and conflicting values. And I don't see the values in here, but I trust that
They're in
they'll
the
come. Did I miss
policy.
them?
They're
Oh, they're back here.
yeah, they're
Oh,
page
okay.
2
There
of the
they
piece
are.
of
Yeah, there they
13,
are.
yeah.
Okay, good. You know, what are the academic programs that we're looking to? I mean, at this point, my recommendation is that I'm rereading the charge, and instead of saying that will enable the district to design, develop, and implement short and long-term plans for accommodating projected enrollment growth, I'm wondering if we're looking at alternatives, short and long-term alternatives. Well, I guess my point is that there may be more than one alternative based upon and I, as a school board member, would like options. And I think it is ultimately the board's decision to determine what is of greater and smaller weight. So I never want to lose control of of what we move ahead and do. I think that's why board members have been elected to do it. But I do appreciate, even after the last committee, there were some really thoughtful conversations that that it's great to hear. So personally, I would like to see what various alternatives people have. You know, some people might decide bike paths are most important. Others might find that what programs are at schools are more important. And we're going to get that back and forth, and ultimately it will be what the board decides. So I would like to have various options. You know, so for example, if people are looking at a K-8 program, I'd like to hear about it, but will that be the only option? Maybe not, but I sure would like to see what the various options are. Could it be, is it a grammar school, or is it actually the middle school that's getting the bigger crunch? I'd like to take those
That's a good
apart.
point.
And I'd like the committee, and part of the reason we have committees do this is not that they have the answer, is that they get their questions answered and exposes the information throughout the community that this is complicated, and I'd like to see the information they come up with. So for me, I would like to see options, and back to Ms. Godfrey's question, I'd like to check in along the way or get updates so we see, and Ms. Baton-Caswell as well, you don't want to be surprised at the end because ultimately it is the board decision, so you want to check in and see where folks are. So, yeah, this is, I mean, it's great to move along. I know this is hard to do. I would like to check in and see what alternatives people are thinking. And frankly, I don't mind if they think, you know, some time ago they were saying K through 8, oh, how crazy that would be. It's not crazy. So I want to see some of these options. And that's why I'm hoping, you know, maybe even some former educational administrators or people who have been involved in the district, that some academic things are thought about. It's not just about enrollment, it's about program. And so boundaries is one thing, but program, for me, I mean, I'm on the board for programs, so Frank.
No, that's a great suggestion.
So anyway, those are my thoughts, and I'll hear from the rest of my colleagues.
Okay, Mr. Dauber.
So I agree with Ms. Townsend that it will be useful to get options. One of the elements of the charge that I wanted to point out, because I think it actually probably isn't something that the committee needs to concern itself with, is financial capacity. Because I think what we're more interested in is what are the costs of these options, and it's really up to the board to decide whether those costs are warranted as against the other priorities of the district. So I wouldn't ask the committee to decide that this option or that option is outside of our budget. I think that's a board decision, and I wouldn't want them to foreclose options that we might well say, oh yeah, we actually do want to find the funds for that.
Right, okay.
I agree.
Good idea.
In terms of, I guess a couple things. In terms of the charge, I do think, and I've said this many times, so I don't think it'll come as a surprise, that that there's a lot of evidence that we have overcrowded elementary schools, and that we need to deal with that. And so, and that we, to my mind, we should deal with that by opening a 13th elementary school. If I'm right, then other people will agree with me, and we'll be looking at a recommendation to do that, I hope. But what I do want to make certain of is that we don't treat enrollment growth as the kind of criterion, right? Because I think that with respect to elementary schools, and I think there's a good case for middle schools as well, that our current state isn't a state that we should be happy with. And the final point is that you know, there is an opportunity cost to not making a decision now, right? And instead deferring this to a committee and so forth and so on. And so I'd like to minimize that cost. So I encourage you to make this as short a time frame as is, you know, reasonable.
Right.
And also to focus the attention of the committee on where we can get value out of the committee's work. The committee doesn't need to boil the whole ocean. As you've said, this ocean has been boiled several times, right? So I really encourage you to do as much pre-work as possible for the committee. So that the committee can be informed about, you know, what are the state of relevant demographic projections, what really are the site possibilities that exist in the district, rather than having them have to do this kind of de novo work. Instead, say, what are the half a dozen questions that we really don't know answers to that these people can help us get answers. There's a lot of questions that a committee like this will want answers to. We have answers to a lot of those already, so I would really encourage you to identify those and provide those up front so that the committee's work can really be focused where there's value. In general, I think this is a great idea, and I appreciate you're doing it, and I think it's going to leave us in a very good spot when we get the recommendations back. And I also support this desire, I think, to be connected to the process as a board, at least to the extent of hearing reports and raising red flags if we think we need to.
Yeah, these are helpful ideas. This is exactly what we were looking for.
Yeah. So I you know, as I said before, I want to make sure that the community knows what's going on, which means we should have minutes very easy for the community to get. I'd like to make sure that the board is carried along with this as it goes so that we don't get sideways and then get surprised. I think you have to bring the committee together and decide what the right frequency is, because having reports that don't have any new information isn't helpful either. Yeah. So maybe it's once a month, maybe it's 4 times during the process. I don't know what it is. We've done this before. It's always been about the financials and the number of students we've had. That's always been the driving force. And it's always been a bit frustrating to me because really it should be, what do we want our academic program to look like? What do we want the environment around that academic program to be? And then how can we accomplish that and serve all the kids that come in to us? And so it's been backwards, and I think this is a way to make it forwards, to make our educational standards and environment and program the forefront, and make those other things the background. Now, Mr. Dauber, you said financial capacity shouldn't be a goal here, but I think that the community needs to know what things cost. Because if they don't, and everything's free, well, gosh, I'd like 8 kids in a classroom, and, you know, I mean, there's a lot of things I'd like. I just can't have it.
What I meant was that I wanted the cost to be exposed, but not, I didn't want the committee to make decisions about what costs were acceptable and not.
Yeah, okay. So I agree with that, but I do want it to be exposed. And then the other thing is, looking at it at a macro level, we're K-12 and looking at, or pre-K-12, and looking at it that way. I think the reason we kept almost landing the plane and then stopping is because we just isolated one part of the issue over and over and over again. And certainly Ms. Townsend knows that I kept raising my hand about middle school for years. And we're like, we're not talking about middle school now. So I do like this charge. Somebody said they thought this was a little wordy, and I think that makes it a little unwieldy for the committee to understand what their charge is. So if there's a way to bring that in tighter and then say, considering the following things, I think that would be better, so that people are able to explain what it is they're doing by being on this committee, or what their goals are. The other thing is, we had this, was it called Schools for the 21st Century, Ms. Townsend? Was that what? Okay, so we had a committee that came together and put together Schools for the 21st Century.
That was years ago.
And that was years ago. I think we dust it off and take a look at what the framework was for that, because we may want some pieces. We may want to refresh some pieces. And when we think about this charge, one thing that would be helpful would be to think about it as a framework for decision-making as we move forward. So it's not just what's the recommendation for tomorrow, but what's our framework? So if something changes, how are we going to make the decision? Do we have to put a whole other committee together, or do we have somewhat of a framework for making a recommended framework for making decisions going forward? Because this will be a 3rd time we put this committee together. I sort of don't want the 4th time, if we can help it.
So this is wordy. I had to reread and reread, and I'm wondering if where it begins, the committee will use blah, 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 blah. We have values. Why are we repeating that? The committee will be guided by the values listed on page. We spent weeks on these values. Because I'm looking at some, and that's where I say, where are the values? Well, you've got some in here, but you don't have all of them. So my recommendation is you take this out and say the committee will be guided by the values listed in whatever it's, wherever it says, community values. Because we spent weeks talking about this and putting this together.
So,
I mean, special ed, school size, class size, preserved programs, peer streaming, neighborhoods, progressive parity. They should be looking at all these things.
Oh, it,
So you would
it
just
does
put
say,
the
it
I would
says
just
that
say-
the community values and planning standards of BP 7110.
Which is the one we spent.
Right, so I would take out just the rest of it.
Yeah.
I would say
Okay.
the committee will use blah, blah, blah. You're repeating some of the stuff that is in the values, but not everything. So I think that throws things off. That's my thought.
Okay, thank
Because
you.
it is too wordy, and some way to
Yeah,
make it
it
punchier
needs to
would
be tighter. Yeah, you're right.
So, again, we probably don't need to wordsmith here, but that's good input, so that Dr. McGee
This we can send
work
to you on
this.
Friday for sure.
Okay.
revise.
But the discussion regarding financials, I agree with both of my colleagues
Yeah.
that we definitely want to put what the cost is. Again, Mr. Dauber, I agree, but I also agree that we do need to put these costs. And frankly, just so we understand as well, if you lose, ultimately, if you lose when money was really, really tight, how much you make off a lease makes all the difference. That's a lot of teachers. So maybe it's not as critical right now because, so money matters, but I think this might be an opportunity
Think big.
in our health and looking at parcel tax and our bond work. I think this might be one of those golden opportunities to do something big.
That's right.
Terrific.
Okay.
Here, here.
I think we're ready to move on to the next item.
Okay, go ahead.
Which is an information item. Dr. McGee, this is our annual audit report.
Right, and we are, I had to turn this over to Ms. Mack, and very pleased to see such a clean audit, and great credit to you and your team.
Thank
Let's
you.
grab a drink.
So our independent auditor, Veronique Trine Dane Company, they have completed the annual audit for last fiscal year, and tonight we have a partner from the firm, Mr. Ahmad Garadi, here to present the results of the audit to you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. I am the partner in charge of the audit of the district. This is the annual financial report. The scope of the audit is to ensure that the financial information contained within this audit is fairly stated in all material respect. Essentially, what you see in this audit report is basically it's a replica of the unaudited actual that were presented to you at the close of the 13-14 fiscal year. We go in and we make sure that the financial information contained within the district's general ledger is fairly stated. We confirm your balances with the state. We make sure your revenues are fairly stated, make sure that the cash is fairly stated, and we opine on these financial statements, and the scope of the audit is to tell you whether these financial statements are fairly stated. We issued a clean opinion. We call it an unmodified opinion, which means that we had no exceptions. We actually had no adjustments to the financial statements. And the information contained within this audit report reflects the financial position of the district. Now, over and above, because you are a local government, you are subjected to audits that is imposed by the state, and certain audit requirements that is imposed by the feds. For example, the state asks us to audit attendance. We actually go out to the sites. We take a look at the manner they take attendance. From a federal compliance perspective, you receive numerous federal grants, so we audit those grants, ensure that these grants are in compliance with the laws and regulations. And I'm pleased to let you know that we issued a clean opinion on both the state compliance and the federal compliance.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Over and above, we take a look at the internal control. We take a look at the manner you process receipts, disbursements, payroll. We'd like to see segregations of functions and duties. We are required to report to you whether we noted any findings, any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in the internal control, and we noted no exception. I do want to thank the district's management for making this as a smooth audit. They provided us with all the information that we needed, and we were able to complete the audit very smoothly. And with that, I'll be more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Board members, this is an item that we do every year. It is extraordinary that our financial department is able to have one clean audit after another.
And this would be a good time to ask questions. It's an information item. We don't vote on the audit because it's independent. And so we'll start with Mr. Dauber.
I don't have any questions. I appreciate how boring this is, that there's no issues. So thank you, Ms. Mack, for your terrific management.
I agree with Mr. Dauber. I'm a finance person, finance director professionally, so I know what this takes. And I know how clean this is, so I appreciate that. And I appreciate your staying late to tell us.
Thank you.
Ms. Zemperling.
Thank you for all the work that you've done, and thank you, Ms. Mack. This is a great pleasure to hear about this. And is this common in the work that you do with districts?
In terms of not having findings, to some extent, yes. We have few that gets findings here and there. Typically, you see them very proactive in making sure that these findings are not repeated. So every now and then you'll have one or two that will have findings. But this district have always been cooperative. We actually meet with them. We do an entrance meeting. We actually met with one of your board members as well. We tell you what the scope of the audit, and we're very proactive. We tell them what the expectations are from the very beginning. And district has good controls over there. So they have good people that know what they're doing.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Ms. Townsend.
Yes, and do you review the student government budgets as well?
Yeah, not the budgets. We take a look at their controls. So we take a look at the manner that they process receipts, the manner that they process disbursements, and we kind of like to see segregation of functions and duties. Having secondary approvals, principal approvals is pretty much the best thing that we can see over there, as well as a student vote when it comes to a high school district.
So how are we doing on that?
We had no exceptions to report.
Excellent, because many years ago, we did have to clean that up a little bit, and that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Excellent. I appreciate you gave, oh, I'm sorry, Ms.
I just want to add, now we have annual trainings with the students and also the student body, accountants, and also the advisor and the assistant principals at all the middle and high schools.
Excellent. That's training. How wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Mack. That's perfect. New information to me I didn't realize during the audit that we were both subject to both our federal grant and the rules and the state, and that even how we take attendance, that's a level of detail that I never knew before. So thank you for your report. I love to learn something when you guys come in, and that you were on site at the high schools, for example, or wherever. It's wonderful.
Yeah, we sample about a quarter in different sites every single year. So we select one of the high schools. I believe you have two here. So we select one of them every single year. We rotate the elementary and we rotate the middle schools as well.
No adjustments, just wonderful. Nice too. And how do you say your last name?
Garaibe.
Garaibe. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further questions. I want to thank you for your time. And again, I want to thank our finance department. It is extraordinary to just have one good report after another.
I'll pass that to our staff too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we're going on to our. Oh, actually, board members, can I ask for a vote to move the gun project up as the next item so that the gun principal doesn't have to stay till the bitter end?
Yeah. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Why don't we go with that?
Great. Well, thank you. You were presented with the changes. We had a significant discussion at the last meeting, and we need to take a vote at this meeting. So I think, Tom, is there anything you want to start with? And Denise is here to answer questions. So.
Yeah, not much. I think the board item was just amended by Bob before he left, adding the three things that we got from your comments that we'd be looking at, adding restrooms on the student restrooms on the bottom floor. I think we're going to get at least one or two more two more boys, two more girls, but that's not final yet.
Do we have to go to some co-ed there? We need to take a look at what the rules are about that.
What do you mean?
Non-sex defined bathrooms.
No, 2 more heads in the boys' restroom.
Okay.
Right.
Sorry.
It's okay. And then trying to get some softscape in the courtyard, and then the collaboration spaces that we're going to be working with staff between now and, I think we owe you an update in June.
Great.
So that's the plan.
Okay, board members, we'll start with Ms. Godfrey.
I don't have any questions, thanks.
No questions, thank you.
None here.
Should I move? Because we have to act on this.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you could ask me if I have any questions.
Do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
I move that we approve the proposed program change and revised schematic design for the central building project at Gunn High School.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Hey, you get to go home. How fabulous.
3 minutes.
Okay, now we're back to our regularly scheduled programming here.
Right.
Dr. McGee.
Thank you. So our fourth board goal reads, develop clear accountabilities for ensuring implementation of key strategic plan initiatives. This goal was developed by the board and working together last August for concern that the strategic plan would not be dropped, would not be ignored, would not be deferred, that it would be acted upon. At our retreat, Associate Superintendent Young presented the key initiatives in which the educational service team and others needed to focus on this year. The accountabilities in this fourth goal, Dr. Young is responsible for implementation of the goal. One of the measures and deliverables is to provide a quarterly update on the work plan. Ordinarily, this would have been when we went through all the goals in December. Charles was giving a presentation at a conference, I believe, in out of state. So that quarterly report will be tonight. Dr. Young.
Thank you very much, Dr. McGee. Good evening, board. I'd like to start off by pointing your attention to the visual that I have up there, just as a quick reference. When the Ed Services team and I started the year off, we were thinking about the nature of our work and all that's on our plate and making sure that we're focused and clear.
Is there a way to put it up on both of these screens too? Otherwise we've turned backwards.
Okay.
You can keep talking. Yeah. We'll follow along. I'm just hoping that I don't have to be backwards the whole time.
You can keep, but
okay. So,
oops. Well,
I'm sorry. You know what? We can move. We will get up and move. Let's not let the tools get in the way. Okay.
I'm fine.
Those seats over there are probably great.
Well, actually, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I just had this slide that I wanted to.
Yeah.
I just wanted to point this one slide out to us to show how the work that we're doing is contained in those big 3 bubbles and how they overlap with one another. To remind you of the LCAP plan that we have, that we started that last year, and that was initiated by the redesign of the funding, and so there was those 8 areas in there, and there's that very involved plan that is in place. And we were aided by the fact that we have our strategic plan, and we were able to write our LCAP without having to construct a lot of new language to address those 8 required areas from the state. The team and I will be coming back later in the year to talk about the LCAP, to give you an update, et cetera. And at the top of it, obviously, is our wonderful strategic plan that we completed last year. And then that other overriding bubble is the annual board goals. We've used a couple different language around it, focus goals or the work plan, but that falls into those category. And then just you see how it influences district initiatives and programs. At school goals, SIPs or WASC, they design their goals based on what the information they get out of the LCAP strategic plan annual goals. Goals and evaluations that administrators set for themselves, and teachers and classified staff as well, is reflected in those goal areas. And then over to the left, just a quick reminder that some of the, I think the big initiative areas that we're working on this year are all of the work around Common Core and all that goes with that, all of the work related to that big bucket of differentiation, equity of access, RTI, special ed, ELL, and then the social emotional piece. So I don't want to spend too much time on that, but I just wanted to give you that frame. Isn't Mike going in and out? Is it okay? All right. So what I thought I would do, there's so much work in this plan, but I'll go through it, I think like Dr. McGee did when he did a summary of his goals, and I'll walk through it and just kind of highlight things for you. A couple of board members submitted questions to me and responded in writing, and I will try to answer them as I go through the presentation, and then when we get to the end, if you have any questions, happy to answer them for you. But again, there's so much here that I'll try to
So you're going to focus on the things that are highlighted as you go through? Is that what you're going to do?
Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'll walk through each area and try to make my presentation a highlight of the work that we're involved in this year.
Okay, I would just try to highlight the things you want to highlight, and then we can certainly, we have no problem asking questions, as you've seen.
Okay. Thank you. So the first big area is the work around writing with the Columbia Teachers College. We made a very involved report in October around that. I just want to emphasize again that we're making great progress with writing at the elementary level and the implementation of that program. And one of the things I was thinking about that we're very excited of is having that writing prompt and common rubrics in K through 5, and giving that assessment at the beginning of the year and at the end of the year, and then using that data to reflect on the progress of our involvement around writing. So we're very, very excited about that, making excellent progress, as are the middle schools. I talked to the English Language Arts Steering Committee the other day, and increased levels of collaboration with them around writing, with the development of rubrics and sharing prompts. So they're beginning to pattern their work after that alignment work that's taking place at the elementary level. We're getting a question that's come up about getting rubrics out to parents, so we are working on that and being consistent in getting them out so parents can use those rubrics to help make decisions for their children. Moving into the next category around Common Core standards and implementation of those standards, I think as a district we are continuing to make very solid progress with the implementation of Common Core. It's driving the nature of our work in very specific and intentional ways. That isn't something that you sort of arrive at and you're done implementing those standards. I mean, we'll be getting after the implementation of those standards until the nation, or I don't know if they go back to state by state, develops new standards, and you start that work over again. But we feel like we're making excellent progress there. It's also really helping focus our professional development efforts, focusing units of study, lesson design. And another thing we're working on is updating the course outlines for grades 6 through 12, which have been needed to be done for quite some time. And then in doing that, it gets staff to take a look at those standards in relation to major units of study and assessment. And it also helps us reflect on instructional materials. There's a comment in there about the budget, and we're continuing to manage that. The big expenditures there is around professional development and technology. Derek, our new Director of Technology, has been very helpful in this area. We continue to communicate the standards out to parents. We did something last year that I thought was effective. We had 2 parent nights. We did one over in East Palo Alto, and we did one here in the district office. And I know school sites, individual school sites have had presentations, and staff and I are putting our heads together to schedule. We think it would be a good idea to schedule another parent night for everybody to come down and have some more education around the standards and get an update regarding our progress. The next category is A3, addressing the needs of our struggling students. 2 things there. We continue to use grades as a tool to monitor and track student performance. There's one point in there that I wanted to highlight, was the Hanover study. Dr. McGee talked about that earlier. Hanover put together a program designed for us because we know that there's a real value there to do an evaluation of all of the support programs that, well, not all of them, but is the key support programs we have in place for students to determine their effectiveness. At this point, we're thinking it's more realistic for us to move that into next year in light of the fact that we have these other two large program reviews taking place. The alignment study that's taking place between the two high schools and the 4 major subject areas, and then also the work that we'll be doing around world language, the world language feasibility study. So we place a high premium on determining and knowing the degree of effectiveness with those support programs, but at this point, again, we're looking at maybe moving that into next year. One of the board members did ask us a reminder around Hanover. So the Hanover group is, actually Dr. Skelly brought that to our attention when he was meeting with the 21st School Consortium a couple years ago, and he heard about them. And they're a global information services firm, and they provide knowledge and support to both profit and nonprofit organizations, and they do research in a broad array of areas. Education happens to be one of their areas. We use them just as a reminder last year when we were thinking about the potential of programs at a 13th elementary school. They did a study for us. They've done some data analysis for WASC. They've done some data analysis on strategic plan survey data. So we've used them over the last now 2 years. So as Dr. McGee talked about earlier, we had the 2 program reviews taking place with Hanover. Moving along, the other good work that's taking place throughout the district is response to intervention. I think that we're very excited around our work with that. And a person who's come into our world and is helping us with those efforts is Dr. Austin Buffum. I think you may have heard me talk about him before. He's a well-respected author, kind of an authority in the area of developing professional learning communities and what those look like and how you function as a professional learning community as a system, and also how you use those tools to use response to intervention to meet the needs of students. He's an author of a number of books. This is one of them that we're taking a look at as a staff. He met with us in the fall, and he'll be coming back again and working with teams from each school site in the spring. So that doesn't define all of our work around response to intervention, but I think his work with us is really placing a good focus on this effort, especially with professional learning communities and how that interfaces with your efforts around meeting the needs of all students under the umbrella of response to intervention. Lots of great work taking place at all of the school sites. I just wanted to point this out to you at the elementary school level. Barbara Harris and Aleda Barrera Cruz, one of our TOSAs, put together this amazing handbook which built on a handbook that was developed a couple years ago. But what it does is it defines RTI, what it looks like. It has the pyramid of response and all of the measurements and that you can utilize to determine student progress. So it's a very helpful document to us. I just wanted to point that out to you if you wanted to see that. We continue to have good progress at the secondary level as well with RTI. It's more challenging, we often think, that it is at the elementary because it's bigger, students have more teachers during the course of the day, but we continue to make good progress there as well, we believe. And it is definitely a focus area for us. There's another area in here about utilizing community input. It was brought up earlier when you were talking about the parcel tax, to make sure that we're hearing from the community regarding their interests and their needs in programs. And so as part of the LCAP process, and we've already established those dates, and Judy Argumenta will be getting those out shortly regarding those community meetings that we need to have for the LCAP development process. And we'll get that committee back together again. We'll talk about the plan that's in place. We'll give them feedback on our progress. And then that, again, that's an opportunity for us to hear from the community regarding their interests and their needs for their students. Moving along, there was a college and career readiness survey that we believe would be of benefit for us to offer, but that's something we're going to have to put off for a little while based on personnel. One of the board members asked, where did that come from, and what is that organization? It's the Educational Policy Review Improvement Center. And one of the things that we found useful about that survey, the College Career Readiness Survey data, is that it was designed by Dr. David Connolly, who was one of the main forces behind the development of the Common Core state standards, and also being college and career ready. And I'm sure if you talk to Dr. McGee, he would also say, and for careers that we know do not exist. So we need to make sure that we include that. We're excited about our work with AVID. Some growth there. We trained 17 staff members over the summer, 14 teachers, 3 administrators. Jeff Gillo over at Jordan is providing leadership and guidance with our AVID programs. We've had considerable growth at Palo. So I'm sorry.
Would you just define AVID again? Because at one point the state was going to discontinue it. So would you just define what it is for us in the community?
AVID is it stands for Advancement via Individual Determination. And I know, and it's been around for a long time, and it's got a good history of success. And we identify students who have the potential to succeed but need additional support in order to help them reach their potential. So they're in a section with a teacher who helps them with those AVID strategies in order to succeed. And so one of the goals there that we had was to increase student participation. And we were 68 students last year, and we're 91 students this year. So we think that that's a good use of our resources and staffing and money. We're excited about that.
So how many kids are in a class, like an AVID class?
We try to keep the classes small. I have a handout on that. I can get those numbers to you.
Yeah, just because I think I've been in one of the AVID classes, and so the kids are learning skills, kind of academic skills.
Note-taking skills.
Note-taking skills. So these are skill building. It's not content, and I understand that, but it's just the skills to be a student.
Right. How to excel as a student.
So as a side, we heard from 3 middle school students at our Minority Achievement and Talent Development Committee. All 3 were in AVID programs, and all 3 said it had made an enormous difference in their ability to succeed, and credited their teachers and the support. So it's just a little anecdotal piece, but I thought that was interesting. That was unsolicited of them talking.
No, we want to hear about that. That's great.
There's another one I wanted to point out there under, it says job embedded professional development. One change we made to the elementary school this year is that we took the prep periods and we collapsed them into one day. So the music and the PE and the library. And we did it for a number of reasons. One of the big reasons was knowing that there's a great value in teachers getting together and collaborating with one another. So we're in the process of evaluating its effectiveness, the degree to which teachers are using that time to collaborate with one another. Again, our work with Austin Buffum around professional learning communities and what that looks like when those teachers get together and meet is instrumental in us maximizing on that effort. So we're evaluating, and I think one of the things we could do that would help us is to do a survey to determine how well we think that's moving forward. Under B, personal development and support, talks about use of the CHICS data. I just wanted to point that out, that data has been shared with staff and community members. And the data is used in a few ways. We'll use it to reflect on our progress on the LCAP goals that we set. And that data will also be used as we set new LCAP goals going into next year and the development of the SIPSs and the WASC plans. Another thing we're excited about, Brenda Carrillo has started the attendance committee. We did some analysis of just a number of students that have attendance issues, and we wanted to look into that and find out what was the cause behind that and what we can do as a system to support those students and make sure that they're showing up and getting to school. So that committee is meeting during the course of this year, and then in the spring they'll have recommendations around how we can support those students who have excessive tardies and absenteeism, because obviously the most important thing for kids to do is to show up so they can be with us.
So can I ask you, is
Sure.
that Schoology or obviously these students are printed out in some fashion if they've missed a certain number of days, or which program are we using that they can, obviously they can. So it's Infinite Campus. So this helps, the Infinite Campus helps us down here on the district level with having district committees. So, okay, great.
Yeah, we just started tracking the data on that. There was just a large group of kids that are continually late or absent, and so we wanted to put some systems in place so we can support them. Yes.
So I'm just going to, this is just a protocol thing. Let's just save our questions till after Dr. Young has given his whole presentation. I think that'll be more efficient. Thanks.
Under B2, safe and positive environments, so the safe and welcoming schools continues to meet, and the topics of discussion under that area around bullying, the bullying policy and administrative regulations. We think we're making steady progress with that. The administrators have been trained. The vice principals were trained this year in September. To date, I was talking to Brenda Carrillo about this. We've had, it looks like, I don't know how much data you want on this, but we've had 25 reports of bullying that were sent to student services. It looked like 11 of them were substantiated, 10 were not substantiated. One was partially substantiated, and what that means is maybe all of the allocations that were made around bullying, let's say there were 3, there was one of them that was substantiated. And then there was 3 where there was indication of no outcome. And so I've asked Brenda Carrillo to go back and look into that so we make sure that we have complete information on that Form A, which is submitted when we have these incidents of bullying that show up at school sites. Yeah, just to point out, the good thing for us is we have that flow chart related to bullying incidents, and again, the use of Form A, which we started at the end of last year, and at the end of this year, we'll have that, you know, baseline data to give us a sense of where we are with bullying and how we're responding to that. Under professional development, it gets back again, and this illustrates the importance of response to intervention, because again, in your packet, you'll see that we talk about our work with Austin Buffum and all of that work around RTI. The implementation of My Learning Plan has been excellent with Dr. Bickle. That's been a very useful tool for us. And overall, board member asked a very good question about will we be able to see a list of all of the professional development opportunities that have been offered and indication of their effectiveness on the learning experience for students. So that's something Dr. Bickle will be working on in evaluating our efforts with professional development. Under the budgetary piece, Dr. McGee, maybe he didn't talk about, I think this was a closed session, scratch that. So on the budget enhancements, it talks about consistency and adequacy as part of the overall, a piece of the overall budget development process. What we do every year is we have a conversation at a K-12 meeting with all of the administrators in a room with one another, and they talk about their program needs or people needs in support of the strategic plan and school goals as we move into the next year. So in going through that process, we feel that it helps us get a sense of consistency and adequacy of programs among all of the schools. And it's interesting to hear them listen to one another based on their needs. The adoption cycle process is underway. We're analyzing our work around what we've adopted in the past, timelines, and we're trying to put some prioritization on what we would like to adopt next. And the last piece under E is transparent governance and communication. And this is a vertical and horizontal alignment on academic rigor, grading, and curriculum elements. This is where that other, the Hanover study comes in. Dr. McGee earlier talked about the World Language Review. And then the other one that we're engaged in right now is that program review at the high school with the 4 main subject areas: math, science, history, English. The goal, and I think we're a couple weeks behind, was March 31st. I'm not sure we're going to make that date for a completion of the report from Hanover. But where we are right now is we have a survey that they have developed for us, and that's being analyzed by staff. We've put it out to both of the schools. We're looking at it internally, and we're going through our first level of document collection for all of the course subject areas. So there'll be survey data that they'll take a look at, and they'll also take a look at course documents. So that's where we are in that process. And so far our work with Hanover has been good. They're timely, responsive, and we think the quality of their thinking around this work has been helpful. So that was a very quick walk through a gigantic amount of work. And you know, as Dr. McGee said, we'll be able to come back, I think, 3 more times during the course of the year to provide more detail and any questions that you have as we progress through the year.
All right, thank you. Why don't we start with Ms. Townsend? And this is information, just to let you know that we're not going to be voting on this. So this is really ask your questions, but we don't need to make a decision on this.
I don't have to vote on this. Okay. I did. Okay, so this was great. Thank you for that report. You really highlighted things, which I really appreciate. First of all, I really appreciate that you went through the consultants. Others have, referred to the Hanover Group. I never really knew who they were. And we have so many consultants. It's very nice when we know who these are. And in the future, if just off the bat you would say, okay, we're working with them, they do da-da-da, I think it's really helpful. So I feel much more knowledgeable after that. With regard to getting the community's interests and needs, this is just I know it goes back to a previous report we had, but I do have to ask it. We're always talking about Columbia Teachers College now in in literacy instruction, and I never heard there was a problem with 6 traits. So how did we get there? And I'm not saying that Columbia Teachers College, I have no opinion on it, but the extent that we jump programs all the time is problematic in general. So maybe this is comment coming, before we jump to like the next program of instruction, doesn't the board have some thoughts about it, or do we ever get asked about it?
We were, this was brought up in the area of professional development quite a while ago, when we took, I think it was 120 teachers to have professional development, and the assumption was that they would use that professional development to teach.
Okay, so you know what? That one skipped me. 6 traits all of a sudden seems to me, and I know we had a report on this, is gone. And it seemed like parents felt comfortable, felt we were doing. So we can talk offline, but I'd like to understand how we did this flip to another one when there was a program that seemed to be actually focused grammar, sentence. So we'll take it offline, but that's an ongoing question I will have.
Okay.
Okay. In terms of, I appreciate just hearing how you use, I like how you blend information. So I appreciate that with the attendance committee, Infinite Campus is being used in a very tangible way. I appreciate in these reports when you pull different parts of the district and decisions we've made to show how we're using it. So knowing that Infinite Campus has been helpful to do district-wide attendance committee targeting kids, I like to know that the decisions we've made about some of this technology actually works, and I really appreciate that. So what else do I have to do? Actually, I think that's all I have to ask. I think I asked all my questions in an email and you answered them, and I appreciate your addressing them in your report. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend. Ms. Emberlin.
I just have 2 questions. Thank you for this update. So much work going on in the district. Thank you. Sometimes I forget because I'm jumping in and I'm looking at the time. The one thing that is missing for me a little bit in these updates is what is the effect of this work on the students? So I would just like to refocus any time there's a report is in terms of how it affects students. I see a lot of work for the adults, and I know the adults affect students. But if there's a program or if there's an evaluation plan going on or if something, I'd just like to know how students are involved or how students are consulted or if there are focus groups or of students. I'd just like to see students in our updates.
Or the impact on students.
Yeah, the impact on students.
Very well said.
Mm-hmm. That's a great observation. Yeah.
And the other overarching comment is about the LCAP process. This is sort of blended with our strategic plan process, is how I understand this. And I know we didn't have to do a huge amount of work from scratch to come up with our LCAP plan for the first year because we had done our strategic plan process. So I'm just wondering if that process that we went through, that 6-month period to sort of reevaluate, how does that look different under the LCAP process? Is it similar? Because from what I've heard, it is supposed to be similar in terms of getting input from each constituency group, teachers, parents, students, the board. I know we did all these different focus groups and ways in which we talk about it. I know we're not redoing the strategic plan, but it is sort of figuring out our goals as a community together. So the way that it's written about here is mostly about a parent community process, town hall sort of community meeting dates. I'm just wondering, is that where teachers and students are supposed to be heard, or do you go to the teachers?
That is supposed to be a representative group that would include students on there. And one of the things I'd like to point out, not that our process was perfect, but Hanover called me and asked if they could use photographs of those boards that we put together that had, I think Ken remembers, we had pictures.
No, they were amazing.
Yeah, and so they liked the process that we use and the ability to get tons of input from people.
It was just a pretty substantial process.
Yeah.
I know we want to do that every 5 years or so.
Yeah, I don't think we
But I'm just
don't-
wondering
yeah.
how we adapt the LCAP. So you can do some thinking on it.
Sure.
But
But
I know
actually,
that-
can I, if you can clarify that a little bit, are you talking about how the LCAP overlaps with strategic plan, or just how it's going to be different going into this year?
I'd like to know a little bit more about the details of the LCAP process and how we're all being included in the thinking for putting this plan together, because as I understand it, the LCAP, which is filed with the county, is supposed to be a guideline to what work your district is doing each year. So I'd just like to know how we're putting that together, because I think I want to see all of us represented, all the constituent groups.
Very good.
So those are my two overarching questions. Thank you for this update.
You still have to file it, though.
Ms. Godfrey.
So first, just a comment on the process. This, I don't know about my colleagues, but this is a lot for me to digest when you go all the way through it and then go back and ask questions. So maybe if we could chunk it up a little bit smaller, by A, B, or C or something like that, to give us a chance to ask questions. I know it would take us longer, but you would probably get all the questions at once. So with that said, a couple of the things that struck me were around parent involvement, communication, and education. So I echo what my colleague Ms. Emberling said about making sure we have parents in the LCAP process, and I know we were pretty vocal about that the first time. We made it available, and that was great. Some of the other things I see in the work plan around, like the rubrics that we share with parents, I'm really keen to make sure parents get that in a way that they can absorb it. So I haven't had elementary school kids in a long time, but I do remember that, like, the amount of stuff that comes at you is just sort of overwhelming. So I think it's sort of up to us to figure out how to get through the noise and get the important bits to the parents. And in that same vein, the work around our policy around bullying and the flow chart that goes with it and the how to engage the process, I think, is important. I think for parents, it's been hard in the past to know where to go. If you start with the teacher and that doesn't go well, where do you go next? So I know we now have clearer guidelines around that, so making sure the parents have a good feel for how to engage the process. And I see our PTA Council President is sitting here, so perhaps that's something the parent education team of PTA Council could help us with, knowing what parents need to know, and then helping them get there. So new topic is quickie on Avid. Thank you for expanding Avid. Much like Dr. McGee said, I've gotten completely unsolicited feedback on Avid. I went into a retail shop, and the woman behind the counter recognized me and said, "I just want you to know that Avid is great and my kid loves it." And I was like, I'd love to take credit for that, but so
now you can't.
The one experience where somebody like called me out and said like, I love that.
It doesn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. I wrote it down on my hand. So I see that on Hanover Research, we have talking to students via survey. And I think I mentioned this to you the other day. For me, it's very important that survey data not be dismissed because we don't understand what it means. So if we need student focus groups, I think that's a good use of our time and energy to make sure that we don't get survey results that we look at and go, oh, I can't figure out what they meant, and then just dismiss it. The other thing is, I believe our data and evaluation person who was going to start, didn't start, or is
The what
gone?
was?
Our data and evaluation person who was going to start this week didn't?
No, she resigned.
She resigned. Okay,
So we are, but I think well, I'll come back to that.
So
Let me
what I would say
finish
about
this.
that is, with my finance hat on, that saves us a little money, because it takes time to hire somebody else. And so in the month and a half it's gonna take us, or 2 months it's gonna take us to hire somebody else, maybe Hanover Research can pick up some of the stuff she was gonna do, like this college career readiness survey. So just an idea. So don't let Kathy spend that money on something else, because we should use it for
Yeah,
programmatic work.
let me interject something here. So first of all, that was my thought on Hanover Research too. I think they're a great tool. We let's put it this way: where there was a dissenting opinion or two on the original hire, and the second person was eminently well qualified. So I know Scott has contacted that person, and we're in the process of negotiating.
Okay, so Charles, spend the money
So we
quick.
may have someone here. There will still be a time frame because the person's gainfully employed as a data and evaluation assessment person. But I think we may see someone here sooner than later.
That's great, that's
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
That's one of my favorite people in this building, is to have.
And it's a great need, believe
Yeah,
me.
me, one of my favorite people too.
Yeah, right, we can load that person up from now to Sunday. And then the last one is in B, under personal development and support. I know it's not on the work plan for this year, but I would love to see mental health screening in that as a potential for the future. That's it for me.
Thank you. You actually met him during the interview process.
Okay, Mr. Dauber.
Thank
You've just been waiting here.
Yeah, I've been here.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks for this report. I'm just going to touch on a few areas because it's so comprehensive, as you pointed out. And the first of them is on the bullying policy. So one clarifying question: the 25 cases that you mentioned, does that include discriminatory bullying cases as well as non-discriminatory bullying? Or is that just, you mentioned Form A, which I think is non-discriminatory bullying, but I
Right.
want to verify that.
I think they're just non-discriminatory bullying. And then you asked, a board member asked about any UCPs around
Right.
discriminatory bullying. And we've had, when I looked at the list, on the UCP list, because anytime we get a UCP, we're required to immediately note it, to start the investigation, the timelines kick in, et cetera. By the record that I look at today, there was been 2.
So there's been 2 complaints of discriminatory bullying that have been handled under the UCP, the
Yes.
Uniform Complaint Process.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have a few more questions about the details of that, but I'd like to actually ask you to take a step back and give us your assessment about how well or fully the bullying policy is being implemented to this point. I know that we're in the process of training and so forth, so I don't expect that everything is working perfectly, but I would like to get some sense about where you think we are.
I think overall we're in a good place. We're not obviously all the way there yet. Staff's going to continue to need continual training. The item needs to be agendized regularly, as it was today at the K-12, and we touch bases with one another about bullying and bullying incidents and how it's going. So the training and the discussions around it need to be ongoing. I think at this point, my estimation of it is that staff is being diligent in their efforts to understand the board policy and the related ARs, and implementing them with their understanding and high levels of fidelity. Data point on that is when issues come up at school sites around bullying, district staff, the directors will typically get those calls first, or sometimes I'll get them, and we'll talk through them, those situations with one another to make sure that we understand what that situation is and are we responding appropriately. So my hope and my wish is that we're 100% on it. So knowing that we're getting into this thing, we're doing the best that we can.
What do you see as particular areas of challenge in terms of understanding the policy? The policy definitely has complexities. Where do you see the biggest difficulties?
I think we had possibly more difficulties, not difficulties, but making sure that people were responding in a timely manner, and is this bullying, and us talking a lot about, is it bullying? What is bullying? What is it? We spent 2 years trying to define what that is. We had a national definition and a state definition, and there was a third one. So we spent time talking about that, and that comes up now when situations pop up, and we want to have conversations around, is it bullying? What does it look and feel like? Am I responding to that appropriately? So I don't know if I mean, all these things can be complicated, and student interactions can be challenging. So I think the piece in that, just the challenging part of it, is making sure that they're doing their due diligence and they're being accurate and they're responding in a very timely and an appropriate manner to keep kids safe. So I think it's that implementing that with fidelity, it's a challenge for any organization, because we want to nail it. We want to be 100% on it every time.
So under the new UCP, when the complaining person, typically I suppose the parent, opts for an informal resolution, they have the option of doing that.
Yes.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's only been 2 complaints. In either of those cases, did they opt for informal resolution, or did you have to conduct an investigation? When I say you, I'm saying you as the compliance officer, right? That you would be the one to do that.
I'd have to, maybe we could talk offline and I could provide more specifics to that, and then I'd talk about it in this setting too. But if you give me an opportunity to look at those more specifically, I'd be happy to do that for you.
Okay, yeah. So that question is whether in either, I suppose, of the cases, the person has opted for informal resolution, and then how that got handled, and if not, how the investigation process was handled. I'm interested in how well the implementation is going generally.
And we are too. And this kind of feedback for us is helpful.
Good. Now, 25 cases is a pretty small number, I would say. If I think about the Healthy Kids Survey and the parks data, it looks like the incidence rate, at least as experienced by students, is substantially higher than that. I haven't calculated it out, but if we just look at those numbers, what do you think accounts for that difference? Is that a site reporting issue, or is that a being brought to the attention of site staff issue?
Well, it's early in the year.
That there is a gap. What's that?
It's early in the year.
In the year. But if we only had 25 cases of bullying across all of our sites in the first half of the year, that would be extraordinary, probably.
Well, when we talked about this in the past, one of the things we knew we need to get better at was our consistency of reporting. We know that, and so with the development of the board policy and the ARs and the flow chart and Form A, this is an opportunity now this year to have that baseline data to see is 25 low.
And does the 25 match what you're seeing in Infinite Campus? Sites also use Infinite Campus, right?
Yeah. So anytime that they fill out that Form A and it's a disciplinary incident that they deal with, they enter it into Infinite Campus.
So, and does the 25 Form A's that you have, does that seem to match what you're also seeing in Infinite Campus? That may not be a question you can answer right now.
Yeah, it should, and I'll check with staff on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it would be helpful and this is, I think, following on a question or on a point that Ms. Godfrey made, if the training materials that you have would also be available on the web for others to look at, because I think, at least having seen them, that they're an attempt to make this quite complicated process concrete by providing scenarios and so forth. And I think those might actually be useful for people to take a look at, to understand, well, what does this look like? What can I expect? How will this process go in this scenario? So I would suggest doing that. I also think it would be useful I don't know what form the UCP log is in, but the data that we're talking about, I think it would be useful to put in a way that's accessible as well.
Mr. Dauber, it sounds like this is you have a lot of interest in this particular topic.
I'm just done now.
Oh, you are? Okay. I don't want to pick on you. It seems like you're very interested. And,
I am. Thank you. Thank you for noticing. I'm going to move on.
Okay.
That was where I wanted to get with that. I do, in general, my interest is because, we've spent a lot of time and effort and money on this question, and we've landed in a quite complicated place, and I think it's important that I would like to understand where we are in terms of implementation. Another question I wanted to ask you, following on the Hanover question, is its relation to implementation of the homework policy specifically.
Mm-hmm.
I know that the study is focused on consistency. Will we be able to use the results of this study in order to assess how well we are doing with implementation of the policy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and your feedback, your opportunity to take a look at those survey questions that you didn't have time, I sent it out to you today, are very, very much welcome.
Okay.
And there are a number of questions in there about homework and how much and how often and how long do you think it anticipates students to complete it, et cetera.
Yeah, I think that I think there's a lot of interest in the community in how well we're doing with implementing the homework policy. I think it deserves
I agree.
An agenda item, in the not too distant future.
Yeah, I think both these reports, the world language and the consistency, when we meet on the 20th, we may want to talk about study sessions. I mean, these really may merit just a kind of in-depth look that will go beyond the board agenda item. So we can talk about that at some point, but I think we're going to get a lot of rich information from this work.
That's great. And the one last point, on the D1, which talked about consistent and adequate distribution of resources, including on counseling. This is a question that was posed to you by a board member and that you responded to, but I'd like to surface that. And in early 2012, I'm sure you'll remember this, the district administered a survey to students at Palo and Gunn about counseling resources and services. The upshot of that survey was that there was first of all, I think it was a very comprehensive survey. It did a good job of laying out the range of ways in which students benefit from counseling services across all the different dimensions of social, emotional, and so forth. And what it really demonstrated was a very significant, pervasive gap in the effectiveness of services between the two schools. And then the board directed a lot of work aimed at addressing that gap. And I think it would be useful, useful is probably not as strong a word as I think, to re-administer that survey so that we can assess whether all of that effort has produced comparability in services and effectiveness of services between the two schools. And I posed that question to you about whether we had planned to do that, and you said no, but I wanted to hear more of your thinking on that.
It might not be an absolute no, but probably not now in the light of we've got we're verging on survey fatigue with the WASC work, with these program reviews. So it's not that I don't think we absolutely should. There's two parts to it. What I just said with the surveys that are taking place. The other part of it, and Dr. Carrillo and I were talking about this, is when that first survey was administered, as you said, it resulted in the development of work over at Gun, and the development of the Gun Advisory Committee, and they put together the binder, and they put all kinds of work together. And then that also catapulted Brenda Carrillo to work with all of the counselors around looking at equality of services between the two sites. And she talked about in one of her presentations the logic model. And the logic model, the example of it here, where they base it on those national standards, the American School Counselor Association standards. So one of the things we think about is that initial survey led us to do all kinds of work, which led us to make changes in the current counseling programs that are offered at both of the sites. So that with that survey, since we have some different efforts going on now, provide the same sort of purpose that it did when we originally gave it. So that's something else that we're thinking about. So two parts to that. Maybe hard to give it this year, and is it the right survey to give again based on that we now have some changes to the counseling services at the two high schools?
Well, I guess my answer to that would be yes, because I think that the question about whether assessing progress against that baseline and also assessing now the state of the relationship between the two schools, I think that's still an important question. I don't believe that the survey was specific to the particular programs that existed at that point. So I would urge us to take advantage of the fact that we do have a rich baseline in order to do that. I don't want to belabor the point tonight, but I think it's really critical that we take the temperature of the effort that we've made. I know that I heard from many parents during the campaign, gun parents in particular, that they remain concerned about the question about whether we have achieved comparability of services between the two schools. And I think that that's a question that we need to be able to answer, and we need to be able to answer it, with some basis. And to my mind, the kind of work that we did 3 years ago in order to establish that we had this issue is the kind of evidence that we'd like to have in order to either, say, oh yeah, we've closed this gap, or oh yeah, here we still have this work to do, and here's how we're going to do it.
Can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think in our new spirit and environment of evaluation and assessment of overall programming, while surveys may be a slice of what we need to, but I think it's part of the way forward for us, right? Like anything that's new or different, we're going to assess in some evaluative way that has objective measures and has surveys and such. So I agree that looking at it that way is important, and I think the survey is maybe just a slice of it.
Oh yeah.
But I can sympathize with not having, to survey them to death.
Yeah, the logistics of this are one question that I think is a real question. I appreciate your bringing that up, but I think it's I think the value of it is pretty compelling. So I would want to think about how we can handle the logistics.
Yeah, as part of that, Ken, Mr. Dauber, we are getting after that data in the checks and park survey about the caring adults at the high school level, right? It was about 75. To me, that raised a red flag, and that gets to your point, Ms. Godfrey, because I wanted to know what was behind that. So we're going to try to pull together some focus groups and just really get at that. And I think part of what you're after will come up in that conversation. I think it's a probe that we need to ask about the counseling services, the advisory program, so on and so forth. But that to me is kind of an entry point into. So it's not just looking at the counseling, but looking at looking at the counseling and the larger issue of a caring adult. Right.
And weren't there a couple of different surveys on the counseling programs? There was one administered. I mean, I didn't want to get too much in the weeds here, but I recall us having
Yeah,
more
there
than
there were
one
there were a series of them, including there's some strategic plan questions that were asked
Questions as
several
well.
times
Yeah, there are.
that were not a lot of questions, but there were a couple of questions that were very telling. To Dr. McGee's point, the Chick survey brought more questions because at ninth grade, one school seemed to have a much better environment and caring adult thing going, and in 11th grade, it's flipped. So there does need to be some looking at this. I wonder if we can move on, though, because...
Yeah, I'm done now.
Okay,
That's fine.
okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Then thanks,
I
Dr.
wonder
Young,
if
for
we
all those
can,
answers.
we need to vote to extend the meeting, and I will vote to do it to 10:40.
Oh,
Ooh.
second.
Am I allowed to move as the
Yes,
president? Okay,
for
that's I
sure.
move.
And I second it.
All
Yeah.
in favor?
Aye.
Okay. I'm not going to belabor a lot of points here because I think a lot of this material has been gone through. And you know what's really hard here
No,
is this report in many places would be the whole list of focus goals. And yet it was one of 5. So this begs the question, board colleagues, when we get together in June with the superintendent, we might want to think about how we have a more reasonable list of goals. Because it's hard to do a zillion things really well. It's not hard to do a few things really well, but it's hard to do a zillion things really well. So just something to think about. We have a lot of months to think about that. I do want to ask, since we have the president of the PTA Council here, I want to ask how we get the transition from we're doing it in the plan to we've presented it to the PTA and the presidents, and they're going to take it out to their schools so that our parent community knows what's going on. And this is not to displace the principals in any way. I believe the principals are sending out newsletters. I believe the principals are holding coffees. I also believe that there's a certain amount of parents that just don't, they miss that somehow. And I think another channel that can be very effective is through the PTA. So Charles, Dr. Young, if you could think about that as a channel with your staff. You don't need to answer this to me right now, but particularly if we have rubrics that we're putting out, I think the PTA Council needs to get a presentation on those rubrics. If we have new grading, new report cards, I think the PTA needs a presentation on what that looks like and what that means. And I think there's several other things in here, but I don't think I need to go through each thing. I just think you should talk to your staff about how you do that.
That's a good point. We
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Because they meet, the presidents meet once a month, and then the executive board meets once a month. I think it's the presidents you want to present to. And you have somebody here that you could talk to about that. The other thing is I looked at the surveys that you had, or the work plan
World
for the
language.
Hanover research, and I think the survey that you gave us as a draft,
The world, both of them are, yes.
both of the, okay, the one about the course expectations, grading, and homework, I encourage you to get some students to review it because there's some language in there that I know my student wouldn't know what ELA was, and I don't think my student would know what English class he was taking. He'd say, I'm taking 10. Right? I don't think he'd know the name of it. But I don't know what else in there might be difficult for a student to understand. And what we don't want to have happen is what Ms. Godfrey mentioned, is we get data back and we don't understand it. And we don't understand it because the students didn't understand how to fill out the survey because they didn't understand the questions. So our 2 board members here might be good resources.
Yeah.
I know they're not here right now. And
That's a really appreciated
student
point.
board members.
Yeah, I've gotten staff from feedback from staff already, and both of them pointed out that and with specific examples of how to modify the language to make it more student friendly. So thank you.
Right. I would prefer that we don't just take an adult's word for it.
Right.
Because a kid will point out, like, what's that? I don't know what that is. And we might think they
It's
know
both.
what that is.
It's both. I agree.
Yeah. I remember I was somewhere and someone was using the word scaffolding like every other word, and the whole audience didn't know what it was and no one asked. So I think it's likely that the students aren't going to ask. They're just going to answer something.
And then on the world language one, which I know is not in here, so you're doing all this, you're doing some important work that's not on your list, which we all know. I want to make sure that if we are assessing our world language program, 95% of our world language program is happening at the secondary school with kids that are not doing immersion. I'd like to know, how's that program going? Now it's a requirement for graduation, and yet we haven't made any changes in the way we teach since we made that decision. How are our kids doing on assessments? How do they perceive the program? Do some of the anecdotes that I hear about kids going to Lydian and other places to finish their world language requirement, is that true or is that urban myth? We have a lot of urban myths around here. And, you know, how do we, when we go to the 21st Century Consortium, are we teaching world language the same way our benchmark districts are? Do we know? I think probably things have happened with teaching world language over the course of time that we probably haven't paid attention to because it wasn't a requirement for graduation, but now it is. And given that our mission statement says that we're trying to build global citizens, I think it's important for us to have a strong program there. But right now we don't know. We could have a fabulous program, but we haven't looked at it in any way to tell. So those are my only points here. I want to thank you for coming forward with your 1 point out of 5. That could be its own thing altogether. Why don't we go to our next item?
Great.
Unless you have anything
No, I'm
else
good.
to say.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you.
Derek, I'm going to ask you to come to the front row in case there's questions. So, as the packet says, last fall I approved acceptance of a donation for $520,000 from the Bryn Wojcicki Foundation to be split equally among Palo and Gunn High School for the purpose of educational use of Chromebooks. And but I said I would not go to the board and ask for purchasing the materials until I had an educational plan, professional development plan, and evaluation plan. We had a series of meetings about this, and Gunn actually decided we have too much on our plate this year. We're going to put this off and really work on it over the summer. The Pally, however, jumped on it and worked with the technology team on this, with the technology instruction team. They have produced a significant education plan. We have a summary of professional development, and I have their evaluation plan here. So we are asking the board to authorize a purchase of, this will be, of course, the next meeting, right?
Right,
For information
yeah.
now. The purchase of approximately $157,000 in Chromebooks. The remaining will be used for professional development, the carts, and things like that. The Chromebooks will be put into the 9th and 10th grade English and history classrooms. They will be provided to students who do not have the means to have technology at home. And now we do have a program that provides one laptop to a family, but not every family just has one child, and that laptop has a lot of demands on it. So this will be that individual student's personal device. We are also using them for our special education classes. So, you know, I am at the next meeting going to ask the board to authorize a purchase. It's, you know, it's a significant amount, and so I want to make sure I went to the board for this.
Okay.
And Derek can answer every technical question, and Kathy can answer questions about the legality and the piggyback purchase and all that. So we've as a group done a lot of research on this.
Okay, thank you. So we had your name twice, so I'm going to ask Ms. Emberling to go here.
I'm ready to go.
Yeah, sorry.
She's ready to go. She wants to go.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure. Well, my biggest one is the hearty thank you for the
It's a what?
the hearty thank you to the Bryn
Oh my
Wojcicki,
goodness, yes, this is enormous.
Foundation for the $520,000 first and foremost. That's
Yeah.
great. And let me just ask, this isn't going to be used to take the Smarter Balance test, is it? Or is it?
Yes, that is one option.
Okay.
One intended use of that. But as with all of our technology purchases, we don't intend on buying technology only to take the Smarter Balance tests once a year.
I love that. You are right. That is great. And so in terms of training, just the other part of the money, because $520 to purchase Chromebooks and carts and to fund teacher training in the operation, $260 for each school. So is part of this money this is just for the Chromebooks?
It's just to purchase the devices, right?
All right, then you know what, I'm good to go. I have no other questions.
Right, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Amberling.
Thank you so much to this foundation. This is an amazing gift, and I think it speaks to your goal of equity and access too. So I really appreciate it. I appreciate the thoughtful way in which you accepted it as well, in terms of asking for some thought to go into how we would use this donation first, and how we would evaluate it. And so I appreciate Pally jumping on board, and I'm ready to support it as well.
Yeah, we'll share the results of the evaluation with the board, too.
I have no doubt.
Yeah.
Ms. Godfrey.
I don't have any other questions or comments, except that I'm willing to support it.
Mr. Dauber.
Well, I want to express my appreciation as well. And one, it is too bad that Gunn won't be able to benefit until the fall. And so I suppose it would be nice if they could piggyback on Pally's plans. I assume that they've taken a look at them and decided
that I think they'd like to, but they just felt there was just too much already going on. Pally had started talking about actually, this is interesting because there's a history here. The original donation was for $260,000 just to Pally, and I came in I think just after this was being discussed, and I said, well, we can't do this unless there's equity. So. And I went back to the foundation. We need to split it or double it. And so it took a while for them to come back, and we'll say, and they said double it. So Pally had been thinking about this, probably had a few months jump on it, on just kind of the instructional planning anyway.
I see. Well, thanks for having that thought. That was a very effective thought that netted us another $260,000 worth of Chromebooks.
Yeah.
Good for you. That's all that I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I actually have a couple of questions. I don't see the evaluation plan in here.
I can give it to you. I have it right here if you're
okay, maybe you could give each of the board members, maybe you could just send it to the board members, because I think it's really good that you asked for some discipline around accepting this donation. I think it's, we live in the Silicon Valley, and sometimes technology is so exciting that we get excited about the technology rather than the purpose of the technology. And so it's good to have some discipline in thinking about, okay, what are we going to use it for? How are we going to make sure that it's well used? And, I'll just give you some examples. Way early on when the smartbirds came to us, we just put them everywhere. And people didn't use them because we didn't have a plan. And, there were some innovative teachers that jumped on it, and that's great, and they did innovative stuff. But we could have been much more effective, and we could have provided much more value to our students by thinking about it up front. So I actually think this discipline's a really good thing. But we should all see what the evaluation plan is so that we know what we're evaluating.
That's really my job.
But we should know, obviously, but we should
Yeah.
know we're accepting
Right.
500 something
You're accepting 157, right.
Yeah, I mean-
So, no, I'd be glad to share it, but it's really my, well, we can talk about that on the 20th as far as, board role and administration role.
Right. Yeah, well, I guess I'm not asking to create the evaluation.
Right.
I'm asking to know how we're evaluating.
I'm happy
these
to share it with the
Yeah.
board.
Okay.
Right. And we'll do so on Friday.
Okay, great. And then, Derek, are you the person who's supporting these Chromebooks, or did we train somebody at Pally?
Both, actually. So we have staff centrally, and we also have staff at Pally that is capable of doing this. And the Chromebooks are not new to Pally. It's in addition to some additional Chromebooks that have already been purchased and are already there from previous years. So it's really not a completely new item and a new piece to support for Palo.
So there's already expertise over there?
Yes, there is.
And we'll develop that expertise at Gunn, or we already have that at Gunn as well?
It's starting to be developed at Gunn as well. There are Chromebooks as well existing at Gunn. So the infrastructure pieces are in place to support it at both schools.
I only bring this up because their teachers aren't technologists. And
Yeah,
when something
absolutely.
goes down, it can be very hard for them if there isn't someone on site that can provide that support.
That's actually one of the things we like a lot about the Chromebooks is the support burden is very minimal and significantly less than other devices, so that the downtime is less. And so that's kind of one of the things that we're looking at is the entire life cycle and how effectively it can be used.
That's great. And you just talked about taking the Smarter Balance tests. Are we going to have kids on all different kinds of devices during the Smarter Balance tests?
Yes, we will. It's
I'm just wondering, obviously an individual kid doesn't live or die by their score in the Smarter Balance test. It's really a district evaluation or school evaluation. But on the other hand, our kids have come through on certain devices, and if doing the test is harder or easier on different devices, and we have some kids using some and some using others, that could potentially be an issue.
Yes, it's definitely a concern. What I will say is that the students will be using the devices that are already at the schools and that they have been using for the entirety of the year. So it's not like it's a new device that they're using for testing. It's a device that they've been familiar with and using throughout the year, within the school.
Okay, this has nothing specifically to do with this acceptance, but I think it's probably something that I'm hoping you will be thinking about as you're working through this, because there's a pretty big difference between, for example, taking a test on an iPad and taking a test on a computer that has a keyboard.
Yes, absolutely. It is. That is something we will be looking at and thinking about as we go forward.
Okay, I have no further questions on this, and I want to thank the foundation for being so generous and also working with us to make sure we had equity across schools. I think that's wonderful. We're very lucky to have this kind of support in our community.
Good. Well, we'll send a formal note, and then we'll send the evaluation plan to you on Friday. And and of course, if you have ideas want to share with me, I'll be glad to pass that back to them too. Yeah.
Okay, we're on to our next, almost at the end here. It is the committee assignments, the board committee assignments, and actually, I made the assignments with input from all of you, and I tried to balance them as best I could, and not have people repeat things they have been doing most recently. We do have to act.
Right.
And so, actually, it's Mr. Dauber's turn, but,
Oh, well, I was just going to make a motion to.
okay, does anyone have any questions?
No, I don't have any comments.
Okay. Okay.
Can't we make a motion and then have a discussion too?
We can.
Okay. I move that we accept the 2015 Board of Education Committee assignments as written in the packet.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Now we're passed on to the assignment of board members to schools, special programs, and parent groups. And this is really only the ones that had a hole because we lost board members retired. So I will let Ms. Godfrey if she's got anything.
I have no questions.
Okay, then we'll go down the road.
No, just thanks for doing this organizational work on both the previous item and this item.
GRE problem.
Oh, well, you're welcome. Thank you for being kind about it. Somebody want to make a motion?
I move that we adopt the assignment of board members to schools, special programs, and parent groups as written in the packet.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Now we're down to organization and reports. Why don't we'll just start with Ms. Godfrey.
I don't have anything to report.
I attended a very interesting lecture by Alfie Cohn that I also saw Max and other folks at Charles. Dr. Young was there as well. So, and I was pleased to hear that you'll be following up with some Jordan folks and having some discussions around that. I thought it was very stimulating.
Yeah, I'm interested in.
Were there any materials that you wanted to distribute?
I don't have any materials from him. What I would suggest is that he's very prolific on YouTube, and that it's well worth looking him up and viewing some of his talks. It's really interesting.
Right. Ms. Townsend?
Yeah, so I was, and she ran off. So went to the PTA Council Executive Board meeting. They were very interested in the parcel tax and how they can help out. They were very interested in what the board thought of the CSBA convention, whether we got a chance to have dinner together, which I said we did. They're working on their on the Honorary Service Awards Committee, and they'll be asking for nominations for that honorary service award in May, and there is a date, and I don't have that right here, for that breakfast. They were very interested in the PI funding for the school gardens for the additional 5 elementary schools, and in particular what's being funded is the Los Altos. There's an organization in Los Altos that has helped many school gardens.
Canopy.
No, it's not Canopy. It's right. It's a different one.
Oh, yes.
Living classrooms. So very excited about that because some of the people at that PTA meeting are on zero waste committees and school gardens. So this is very exciting to them. It was wonderful going to the teachers, the newspaper and magazine teachers at Palo had an open house over break for visiting alumni of the many publications, and there was a wonderful turnout to look at our new building there, and apparently James Franco was there that day too. So anyway, he's been there a lot. Visiting the schools, and aside, just so you know, well, as everyone knows, I'm originally from Wisconsin and a Green Bay Packer fan, and Devontae Adams, who was certainly a star at Palo, is now very much a national star on the Packers, and he's all over my Facebook. So I also noticed that Jeremy Lin's brother was recognized by the Basketball Association of the Northeast. So we have another Lin brother who's doing some incredible basketball moves. Gun wrestling won recently, going to an Addison breakfast on Thursday. And then the black and white ball is being, looks like it, well, people are talking about it for maybe this October. You may or may not know, I also serve on the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation, so we raise funds for recreational and middle school sports and all kinds of things. And the black and white ball has in part funded some of these city and district-run programs. So it's being looked at perhaps at the new Mitchell Park Library, and so lots going on. 2 more things. Was invited along with Dr. McGee to the Kiwanis just before break, and Dr. McGee did a wonderful speech. He was a keynote speaker and very impressed. The Kiwanis were, who do wonderful work. And then, just some of the, came to my attention, some of the volunteer work of people, parents in our district, for 10 books a home, and actually going into homes and being assigned children over many months and reading with them. It's a very great program. And I also am involved with Read Across America, which is an event that we do in East Palo Alto, just giving away books come May, and Stanford and the district and various people are involved in that. I'll let you know more about it as we get closer to May, because we like to get everybody involved. So that's my report.
Great. We had our last city schools liaison meeting at the end of last year. Dana, Tom, and I attended. We met at Mitchell Park, the new Mitchell Park Library and Community Center. It was great. the libraries presented, both our school libraries, Nancy Payne came, and Jenny Jordan and others from the City of Palo Alto Libraries talked about the partnerships between city and schools. They stayed open till 10 p.m. all week for finals week at the library. They provided snacks. They had their therapy dogs that do this pause to read program, PAWS, pause to read. These dogs come actually once a month to the children's library, and children that have difficulty reading out loud often find that it's much easier to read out loud to a dog. So they don't let parents in the room. They just have the kids and the dog and the handlers, and parents are just always overwhelmed that their kids will read out loud. They say they've never done it before. Anyway, the high schoolers love the dogs. They were cuddling with them in between studying. And the libraries talked about their theme, which is that we are the community's living rooms, sort of how they like to present themselves. So they are doing a ton of programming for teens all the way through younger kids at the various different libraries, particularly at Mitchell Park. And then I went, I'm the liaison for the Lucille Packard Children's Hospital School this year, so I got to get over there and see the school. It's just an amazing place. It's actually a model for the nation in hospital schools. It's like one of the top 3 schools, hospital schools in the nation. It's a 50-50 partnership between LPCH and the district, although they are all the teachers are district employees. There's one teacher, K-4, one who's middle school, and one who's 2 who are high school teachers there, and they have 2 classrooms, and they also do bedside tutoring, and they'll have kids staying 2 weeks or 2 years. It depends sort of what they're here for. A lot of times the whole family will have to move here if the child's on a transplant waiting list, and their siblings after 2 or 3 weeks have to come into our district, and they'll come to a variety of different places depending on their age and where there's space. So they have to work out a lot of logistical things there. And there is a new schoolroom being started at the Ronald McDonald House. So this will be a 3rd room. Because of some of the protocols for some of the illnesses, they can't come over to the school. So, and they have a new principal, and that is Brenda Carrillo, the new principal over there. She's adding that to her list of. Yeah.
This is right, yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So we went over there. Yes. We went over there together, and got the tour and the overview. So it's an amazing place. It's really
It is amazing.
such a unique program. And they invite us all to attend their prom that they do every year for the kids. So I'll let you know as we get closer when that is.
Cool. I just have a few things. Cal SSD is having a meeting in Sacramento on the 6th. You got an email today from Kathleen about this, particularly for our new board members. This is a most of the day activity. It starts around 9:30, it ends around 3. And our folks from Cal SSD, Jeff Frost, walks us through usually legislative and some financial issue things that are going on. And you have a chance to meet people from other suburban school districts, particularly people from Southern Cal that we don't always see. So it can be very useful. I'm bringing this up because you don't have to be the Cal SSD rep to go to it. So we can all go if we want, okay? And Jeff should be sending out an agenda so you can see what the day was going to look like. You received a survey to fill out for our offsite on the 20th, our offsite onsite. We're going to onsite or offsite. If you could fill that out before the 16th and get that back so I don't have to harangue you, that would be fabulous. Or maybe Kathleen will harangue you. That might be worse than me for haranguing you.
She's listening.
She might agree with that. On Friday, January 23rd, the Palo Alto Arts Center is opening their new exhibit, which is on acoustics. art and acoustics. And they have an event that evening, and it's going to be a very fun event with a lot of activities. So I encourage you to go. It's a free event.
What was the date?
What
was
time?
it?
I think it starts at 7 o'clock. I will send out, I'll get an official invitation sent out to you, but
Okay.
it's fun. A lot of people in the community come, and it's an opportunity to see the exhibit rather painlessly, in case going over there is hard normally. And then my last thing is, I got a request from the CAC for a board liaison to their committee. And I would like to talk to Max about this, because I'd like us to be consistent in our decisions on why we would need a liaison to a committee and what kind of committees we would liaison to, because otherwise I think we could end up with, just could be very inconsistent, and we want to make sure that we're adding value to committees that we sit on.
Would you consider VTP families as well when you think about constituencies that might need a liaison? I know VTP families don't necessarily have a committee, but they definitely have meetings and such.
So this is what I want to talk to Max about. I mean, what we have been liaisons to are existing committees where our presence is important because, you know, let me give you, for example, we don't have a regular communication at the staff level with that group, or it's ad hoc, or we need to take a look at this. Right now, our board policy is a little light on criteria. So we have a process that's easier for people to make requests, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. If you have any comments about it, please send those to Max. Thank you.
Done?
We are. I will, you have this conference program, and I will save this for our next student and staff recognition because I forgot it this time.
Oh, great. All right.
Please look
Thanks,
at it.
everybody.
Thank you.
I thought I grabbed someone else's, so.